Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to our final day of live streaming coverage here at the APP Sacramento Open. Lauren McLaughlin here with Daniel Roditty, and it is Singles Day, which you, sir, you're a singles guy at heart, I think. How fun is it to watch these guys slug it out here in singles?
Oh, I love it, and especially as we've been talking about all weekend, seeing the new names, the new faces. We've been talking about Connor. He already had a battle with Hayden Patrick Quinn there on first round, which was tough on both. Went 3 games. Connor's still in. Hayden advanced, but guys like him, Kyle Lewis, we're going to see here immediately. It's just a lot of new faces. I'm excited to see some high-level singles play.
Absolutely, and here in our Head Pickleball pregame show, you know, we like to highlight the fact that this is a Tier 2 tournament. We've seen already some first-time medalists in pro, some first-time gold medalists. It's always super exciting. And looking at our men's singles, there is no women's singles today. There is only men's, so we're going to have a lot of really new names for everyone at home. I was looking at, we have about 20 guys in our draw. 15 of them are from California.
Yep.
So every time we're on the
Makes
West
sense.
Coast, brings out those local Cali players, which we love to see and highlight. So you're not going to see any of the big singles names that you're used to seeing, but that is what we love about these Tier 2 events, kind of opening up the field, and really it's anyone's day to hit that podium for the first time ever. Is there anyone in particular besides Connor that you're looking forward to maybe seeing hit that podium today?
Yeah, I think Zach Taylor, we saw him do well in the mixed. Certainly a good singles player, but the competition is so tough. Caden Nemeth could very easily, you know, jump up there maybe for his, I think it would be his first medal maybe. But so there's several guys that I think have a huge chance. It's just who's going to perform.
I know, absolutely. And the cowboy, Kai McMaken, in here as well. We're going to see some cartwheels, I have no doubt. So it's going to be an awesome day to conclude our weekend here in Sacramento. We are streaming on YouTube and Facebook all day, all the way through our gold medal match. So stick with us. Thank you for joining us all weekend. It's another gorgeous, beautiful, soon-to-be very toasty day in Sacramento. So we'll take a short break, and we're into the action with Kyle Lewis and Ryan Gilbert in our first quarterfinal match of the day. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everyone. We are getting ready to kick off here for our final day in our men's pro singles bracket. We have on the far end Ryan Gilbert in the white. As I mentioned, so many California players here today. He is not one of them, though. 30 years old from Reno, Nevada, but just across the border, so not too far away. And he will take on Kyle Lewis, who we talked about yesterday, had obviously a really great showing. And he kind of broke through in SoCal this summer, getting a bronze medal in singles in an extremely deep, very talented field there with a lot of the top names in the mix, unlike today. But he's 33 from Santa Barbara, California. He certainly is one of the players we'll be looking for to possibly hit that podium at the end of the day without question. And this is my first time getting to see Ryan Gilbert play up close and personal, so should be a fun match to watch here in the quarterfinals. We have our second quarterfinal match already on deck. Coming up next, we are going to have Hayden Patriquin taking on Kai McMaken, cartwheeling cowboy.
Yeah.
This is 2 out of 3 to 11.
Adam McKenna is our USA Pickleball certified referee, and Gilbert will start serving
0-0.
game one into the action.
Side out.
Quick side out there for Lewis. And you mentioned earlier when we saw Lewis, it does look like, since we saw him this summer, like he's lost a little bit of weight. Not a ton, but looks to be, you know, in even more fighting shape than we saw him this summer. So clearly, you know, that singles game is a grind on your body. You have to be in really good shape to be able to hang the whole day, especially at the end of a weekend. So
Yep.
looks like he is definitely focusing on being able to have the endurance
Yeah.
to
Yeah.
grind through those singles days.
Yeah, I meant to ask him that very question because I do. I mean, it seems pretty obvious to me from having seen him at SoCal that he's just gotten in better shape. He moves well already, and so that's obviously only going to help him. But I was very impressed. He does hit his serve pretty hard. Again, he's not a guy who spins his serve, but likes to hit it hard, be aggressive. We talked about it even in his doubles, likes to do that.
I saw that clip the line. Oh, you did? I did. Side out.
Yeah, overruled.
Yeah, Gilbert thought that missed. Our ref thought it caught the line. So very close call.
Yeah.
And again, that was a very hard hit drive from Lewis.
Yeah, that's a
Oh
really
my
good
goodness,
shot
what a
there.
get from Gilbert.
Yep, good ball.
Wow. And Lewis is our #1 seed here today. So, like I mentioned, none of the top names you would expect maybe to be here in singles are. Tier 2 tournament.
Who just misses with that forehand, running around his backhand to hit that forehand up the line.
0-3.
Certainly had Gilbert beat, but just missing wide.
Oh,
Side out.
he's good. He's good.
He's good. It's all
You would
good.
not have been good.
No. I would
Down
have.
and not getting up.
I would have rolled my ankle
Both of
leading
them.
up to that. Yeah, both ankles. Oh, great job. Almost identical. So we saw Lewis with a great drop volley in the previous point. That's when Gilbert fell. And then he did the same thing. He's outstretched with that backhand, hits a beautiful drop. Really hard to do.
All right, little cat and mouse. Ooh.
Yeah, just nice
nicely
angle.
done.
Yeah, and there's a little bit of, when you're in that exchange there, whether it's forehand side or backhand side, going back and forth cross court, you're just sort of waiting as to who's going to hit the first ball up the line. You know someone's going to do it, and that's what Gilbert thought. Instead, Lewis goes behind him. Yeah, that time he doesn't go for the pass. He just goes right at him with so much pace. Gilbert couldn't quite
4-0.
line up his paddle. Yes, good.
Similarly there, just these massive drives from Lewis. And you mentioned yesterday when we saw him in doubles, you said he has that huge serve and he uses it in doubles as well. A lot of singles players will kind of dial back their serve in doubles a little bit, but he just goes for it all the time. So we're seeing that big serve rocking here appropriately in singles, but we saw it yesterday in doubles as well.
Yeah, we saw him. He just tried to change it. He went for a slice serve, and it just sailed long. He was trying to change it up. Just trying to, sometimes with serves, it's kind of like a pitcher. You're trying to, you don't do it as much as a pitcher, but you are trying to give different looks from time to time.
How important is it, do you think, for, even if you're not a pro player, to have a variation on your serve? Because thinking back, I don't have a lot of variation on mine. It's very similar. I think most amateur players just have one serve that they do. Should they mix it up a little? Try and get a couple options?
I think you're going to have one main serve. unless you're someone like Zane or Hayden or guys who like to spin, so they have obviously some variations. But spin serve aside, if we're just talking a regular serve, regular toss, you're going to have your main serve that you go for. You may vary the locations, but you're going to have a main serve. What you're going to mix in from time to time is maybe one of those lob serves or just a different, like a slice, like Lewis tried to do. I don't know that it's something that would require you to practice two to three serves. It's more just change of pace. You see him throw up, an easy shot to hit like a lob serve, but it's more just to change the pace. Yeah, the shot there was up the line. I think Lewis knows that. It was too wide to get around it, and I think the right shot was up the line, but maybe it's because he saw Gilbert cheating that way. Gilbert certainly was anticipating a ball up the line.
Gilbert upset that he hit that in the middle.
Yeah, that serve was just kind of right to Lewis, and that he's not really making him work, and that's... Oh, a little lefty.
To the left.
Yeah.
Just too good.
Maybe should have done it again there.
I mean, it really looks like Gilbert is a fantastic player. I think Lewis is just throwing a lot of power at him right now, and it's got some free points, got some errors.
Yeah, and he's mixing. You see some of those pass attempts right there on that point. He's not hitting the ball that hard. He's maybe going 60% of what he can hit, but it's the placement, right? He's keeping it low. He's rolling the ball, so that ball is dipping below the net. As soon as it goes over the net, it dips down. That one stayed up a little.
And that is game one for our number one seed, Kyle Lewis. We'll take a short break. We'll see if Gilbert has a little bit better luck on the near end. Back into the action in this quarterfinal match right after this. Back into the action here and talking to Kyle Lewis in between these games. We have noticed that he sort of has on his left hand that pinky and ring finger sort of wrapped together.
Yeah, the brace.
And we were asking him about that, and he tore the tendon in his left finger a little while ago. He caught it on his pocket of his shorts, which sounds so terrible to think about, but that's why he said he has no two-handed backhand right now. It's all one hand. But he said in another month or so he should be good to go with that. But, I mean, if he's playing this good without being able to use that left hand, my goodness.
Well, it certainly explains why he's running around his backhand so much.
Yep.
And I will see how much that plays a part today. I would think at some point it's going to potentially cost him as he faces, the later rounds, as he faces maybe a Hayden or a Kai or, Connor, somebody like that can just put some pace on the ball and not really give him the option of running around that ball, but really getting deep balls to his backhand to test out his one-handed backhand.
Yep, we have a timeout here from Gilbert fairly early here in the second game. He's clearly very frustrated. Kind of tossed that paddle, calling the timeout. I mean, seeing how these two are facing off, what are you noticing that Gilbert maybe needs to do that's going to help him stick a little bit more closely with Lewis?
Well, I think one of the things is you got to pull Lewis if you do want to attack that backhand, which you have to. Now, Gilbert probably does not know what we know, but he should be looking to attack that backhand anyway because he can tell that Lewis keeps running around it. I mean, right there we see the slice, so you know you're going to get a drop from the backhand side, and that's exactly what Gilbert is doing. He's going after that backhand. Now, sometimes what you have to do is actually go wide to the forehand side, pull Lewis over there so that the next ball that goes to the backhand, he cannot run around. I don't know if he heard me saying
He probably did. I told you, you talk very loudly, Dean. You have a microphone in front of your mouth, you know, right? I mean, that was not to his backhand, but a beautiful placed up the line shot.
And Gilbert might have hurt my coaching. That was not on purpose. I apologize. But yeah, I mean, you pull him wide to the forehand so then on the next ball he doesn't really have that option of running around it.
Yeah, I really think it seems like Gilbert's getting himself into trouble when he does put the ball too close to the middle, and he was frustrated about that in game one. Because with someone like Lewis who's just so good, you have to move them around much more than he's doing. I mean, that right to him.
And he didn't come in.
Got it.
Yeah, got it around the corner. Yeah, you know, sometimes the times that you would go middle is if someone keeps passing you cross court from the wings.
Sure.
So if they're creating a lot of,
Unlucky
it was going to
there.
be a good volley, but that turned it into an impossible one to get. So sometimes you do want to return middle if you keep getting beat with cross-court passing shots that are, you know, at a sharp angle. So then you would want to attack middle, but I don't think that's why he's doing it. He's just misplacing the ball a little bit. Can't see him run around that. Just missed. Yep.
And, you know, we talk about, you mentioned, you know, the players that do the spin serve, and that definitely is an advantage to them. But Lewis is proving without a doubt you don't need it to get some free points off that serve. He's gotten several out of Gilbert here just by whipping that serve super hard.
Well, and the spin serve makes even more difference in singles.
There's another one right there. I mean, it's just...
Yeah, just overhit it.
It's just so tough.
Overhit it.
5-1.
I mean, look, that's just...
What I've noticed, I feel like from SoCal, I feel like he's taking a little bit of pace off of his shots and using more of the spin, which I think is making him more effective and not relying strictly on pace.
Yep.
Yeah, Gilbert upset with himself, not the right ball to come in on. He was too late making that decision, so then he got caught in that transition zone with the ball right at his feet
7-1.
from Lewis's forehand. Yeah, I mean, you got exactly what you wanted, right? You went to the backhand. He can't pass with the one hand. He can only drop with the slice. And he got what he was looking for, just
8-1.
did not execute.
You coward! Get it down. Point.
And you mentioned earlier the serve and return in singles is critical.
Yeah.
Much more than doubles. So, you know, Lewis is absolutely sending it on his serve, and Gilbert knows he's got to get that return deep.
Right.
You came forward and then slid back. Left foot. Point.
So we had a foot fault call there on Gilbert.
10-1.
Yeah, match point.
I appreciate that he said, I thought we were friends to the ref.
Oh, point game match.
All right. So, again, I think Gilbert, he's got so much talent. He didn't execute nearly the way he wanted to.
No,
in this
he missed
game.
some easy
That's
balls.
super
Even that
clear.
last ball right there, it's a ball that he would normally, I'm sure, put away. But, yeah, too many errors on his side. And, again, maybe certainly forced from Lewis because Lewis was playing so well. So sometimes it forces you to try for too much.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll take a short break, head to the Franklin studio, talk to Lewis on his way through the bracket, and we're back with our next quarterfinal matchup. As I mentioned, Kai McMaken takes on Hayden Patriquin right after this. Welcome back to the Franklin studio. Booth, happy to have you. You are the #1 seed here today in singles. Not a lot of the top guys here. Are you feeling pretty confident in your ability to maybe hit the podium for the second time here today?
I'm feeling good. Forehand's locked in right now, so that's about, my only strategy is hit the forehand as hard as I can, big serve. Feeling good so far, but a lot of these guys are tough. Like that first round, I lost a game, and there's just a lot of good players just out of nowhere, so can't take anything for granted.
We saw you kind of break through for the first time in SoCal this summer, getting a bronze medal in a very deep, talented singles field. What have you been working on kind of since then as you continue to hone your singles game?
Yeah, it's a few different things. It's fitness mainly, because that's, I think, what got me at the end of that last tournament that I did well in. And just trying to keep putting in the work every day, just grinding at the gym and hitting big forehands.
You mentioned to us the torn tendon in your hand has
Yes.
kind of limited your ability to kind of have that two-handed backhand or the backhand in general. What's been the strategy in terms of how you've had to mix up your singles play because of that?
Right. Well, I always kind of ran around my backhand anyway, and now I'm just fully committed to it.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to go there pretty much every time. And but hopefully I'll get the two-hander back in about a month and start crushing those again too, because that was one of my things that I was really working on before I injured it, but kind of a fluke thing, and hopefully it'll be on its way.
All right, well, congratulations. You are into the semis, and we'll be back with our next quarterfinal match here at Sacramento. Don't go anywhere. Into the action right after this. Welcome back for our next quarterfinal match here in men's pro singles at the APP Sacramento Open. We are here at the gorgeous Johnson's Ranch Sports Complex. Beautiful dedicated courts all around here. Lovely clubhouse, locker rooms, all that good stuff. And we have had some fantastic crowds here this weekend as well, enjoying this very high-level pickleball. Lauren McLaughlin and Daniel Roditi here for our final day of coverage. And we have Hayden Quinn taking on the cartwheeling cowboy, Kai McMaken. And I please everyone from now on only refer to Kai as the cartwheeling cowboy. That is his new name.
That's right.
Locked in. Love the tank top he's rocking today. Makes those cartwheels a little bit easier, having more flexibility in those arms. But this is a quarterfinal matchup, as I mentioned. Patrick Quinn squeaking by Connor Garnett in his previous match, 7-11, 11-5, 11-4, while Kai McMaken took out Thomas Morton, 11-8, 11-1 to get here to the quarters. And coming up next, you mentioned him in the head pickleball pregame show, Dan, but Zach Taylor, another SoCal player to watch for sure. Ooh, speaking of, he just appeared courtside. He takes on Elliot Markowitz next in their quarterfinal matchup, which will be here on center court following this one. And then we get into the quarterfinals. It looks like Kyle Lewis, who we just saw previously, will face Noah Zwiren, who defeated Caden Niemoff. 3-11, 11-0, 11-7.
Wow.
So that went 3 as well. So tough battle there, but Lewis will take on Zwiren in the first semifinal. And again, the 2 quarters we'll have back-to-back here will determine our second semifinal matchups. There is no women's pro singles draw today, as I mentioned earlier. So it's not that we're not showing the ladies because we don't want to. They're just not playing today. So we can't.
Nope.
Looks like Patrick Quinn is going to be on the near end to start as they get a few final moments of warm-up here. McMaken on the far end. Adam McKenna back as our USA Pickleball certified referee. And I mean, we've seen both of these guys the last 2 days putting on a really great display in both mixed doubles on Friday and men's doubles yesterday, both having some good results. Obviously, Patrick Quinn, a little bit better results, getting his first ever gold medal in mixed doubles with Maggie Brasha on Friday, and then yesterday taking bronze with Wyatt Stone. I mean, I love it. McMaken, let's have some fun.
Yeah,
is what he says as they get going. And trust me, he will. He will absolutely be having some fun here, no question.
Yeah, things to keep an eye on is, how many free points Hayden can get on his serve. Mm-hmm. He's got the spin serve that, as we've said, certainly can be difficult in doubles, but in singles, it's that much more challenging as a returner because you have to do so much more, as you said earlier, with that return. Mm-hmm. Whereas in doubles, if you just get it back, I mean, you're basically in the point. They might drive it at you, but of course you have two people defending. Mm-hmm. Whereas here, you got one person trying to defend a pass.
We will change ends at 6 in the third.
It seems a lot of times in singles, a lot of players try to return up the line.
Yes.
Because then, of course, it allows you to get more into the middle and pulls them. See, there it is right there. The return right down the line, puts Patrick in a good spot in the middle.
Yeah, the main reason is because if, say, Hayden were to go cross-court there, now he's got to go from this far right corner near side to the left side of his kitchen to cover. And that's a long way to go. So you will only see players, especially some of the top players, go cross-court to kind of mix it up, just to, maybe something they're not expecting.
But we saw a free point already off the Patrick Quinn serve.
Yep, good return there.
Much better return.
Kai just said he needs Chuck pointing where Chuck Taylor, of course, he played with him. He's, that's what a beautiful backhand cross-court pass from McMaken. He just kind of slaps it. You see it's not a big swing, but he just slaps it with that left hand. Keeps it so low. Yeah, McMaken, a very good singles player.
Oh, tough. That cord stays in.
Yep. Yeah, short return there from Patrick Quinn. Patrick Quinn wondering if the court is dirty or if it's just his shoes. It feels like it's a little slippery.
Just long on that serve.
Right idea.
As we mentioned, two more Cali players here on court. McMaken, 37 in the San Diego area, while Patrick Quinn just 17 out of Yucaipa, California. Yucaipa, thank you.
Oh, yeah, I think Hayden was trying to go cross court, but he couldn't quite get his paddle on it. Right here, this ball right here, he wants to pull across. You could see him trying to flick that hand. And instead it goes up the line, which that's exactly where McMaken was, of course, for the easy down the line backhand pass. Yeah, there it is again.
He is
and he
really
doesn't
dialed in.
Yeah, and he doesn't put a ton of topspin on it. It's kind of flat, but it's kind of a slap that just never comes up.
All right, we're going to have a timeout here from Patrick Quinn.
Yeah, absolutely. McMaken, a very, very capable singles player. A lot of, people may not be familiar with him. He's probably seen more center court action, in doubles than he has maybe in singles. But very good player, obviously, as we can see already.
Looks like Zach Taylor might be giving a couple words of advice to Patrick Quinn here during this timeout as he is sitting front row in the pretty much already full stands here this morning. Very supportive crowd here this weekend. A lot of cheering, a lot of gasping. Of course, having a lot of local California players here. A lot of friends and family have come out to support the different players.
Yep.
5-1.
All right, let's see if Patrick Quinn can get a stop here. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Oh my gosh.
Only McMaken can give you a fist bump when he misses a shot. I think he has a fist bump after he misses this. Yes.
Oh.
Yes, I missed it.
I mean, what a get from Patrick.
Yeah, and it was the right shot for McMaken.
yeah,
Yeah,
that was
beautiful.
nice.
He ran around it.
And again, if he doesn't get the free point immediately off the serve, he is hoping for
Right.
what happened there, which was the short return from McMaken, which then puts him in a better spot to come in and attack, have a little more option of where to put it.
Well, and again, McMaken was coming from that opposite corner, right? So he had a long way to go, which Patrick Quinn recognized that, runs around that backhand, pushes it up the line before McMaken could get there to that spot. Nice return there. Those were tough, especially because McMaken didn't do anything particularly difficult with the serve.
6-2.
Yeah, we've seen Patrick Quinn just a little low on some of his drives.
Ooh. I think McMaken kind of saying yeah, knowing that was the right shot. He's made that a couple times, and he just missed it. That's a great return off of that spin serve, yeah. Really great return, given how difficult that spin serve was. He goes cross-court, which maybe caught Patrick Quinn off guard a little bit. And again, that's when you would go cross-court, is if you're trying to change it up a little bit. You see Patrick Quinn do it there. It's kind of more in the middle. Lob is out, well out. You know, McMaken likes to throw up some lobs from the back. That ball sounded weird, but anyway. On this bounce right here,
I mean, McMaken almost falls returning that serve, but hustles his butt up to that kitchen line after he recovers, and
yep.
Nice put away.
6-2.
Nice spot there from Patrick Quinn.
Yeah, and he's McMaken's going to have to go up the line a couple times with that backhand because Patrick Quinn is already reading it. He's reading the cross court. We've seen McMaken go there 3 times in a row. This is maybe the 4th one. Oh, so pretty. I think McMaken was wondering if that ball was going to get wide enough for an ATP, and you see him moving, thinking, is he going to look for that? And just a beautiful shot there from Patrick Quinn. Yeah, that one had a lot of action. Yeah, just so tough. So tough. McMaken knows the whole other side of the court is open, so he is hustling to cover, but Hayden goes behind him knowing all his momentum is going in one direction.
Well,
Very, very smart play.
What you said for McMaken, he's got to mix up where he goes with that two-handed backhand, and Patrick Quinn's doing just that, is mixing up where he's going with some of these shots. Ooh.
We saw a little come on there from McMaken. He is certainly likes to have a lot of fun, but he is a tough competitor.
Mm-hmm.
Good deep return. Yeah, well played from McMaken. Started with that return. It just put Patrick Quinn in a tough spot. He wasn't going to be able to try to even pass, so he goes for the drop. McMaken handled it really well with his backhand, kept that volley deep, and then put away the forehand.
Oh, that looked long.
Yeah, it's called out. Oh, I thought he was going to go up the line.
I did too. I think he knows he maybe should have.
The line was open. And again, a lot of times you're trying to guess what your opponent is going to guess. So maybe he thought McMaken was going to kind of make a move to cover that line.
That would be the obvious choice, I would think, but
just a great ball.
Too much angle.
Great ball.
Great spot. McMaken does change up, goes up the line with that two-handed backhand, but Patrick Quinn was ready.
4-6.
Patrick Quinn's struggling a little bit with the third shot drives. He's
when he doesn't, when he's not getting the short return, he's having a little tougher time with those, which it's understandable. It is a harder shot to hit, but
oh, good hands. Oh my goodness, what a rally.
McMaken's going to be upset at himself. He had that. I mean, if he just goes backhand right there, it's an easy put away. Instead, he reaches all the way across. That should have been put away right there. I know he's upset with himself.
Yeah, great hands from Patrick Quinn, staying alive in that. We have been stuck here at 4-6 for quite a few side outs.
Yep.
We'll see who's going to be the first to break off and try and build a little momentum.
Yeah. Patrick Quinn was guessing cross. You could see the way he tried to reach back for that backhand that he was guessing the other way. Good job from McMaken. Again, a lot of it is kind of that guessing game of where you think your opponent's going to go and vice versa. That was deep. That was deep.
He's missed, I think, 3 serves long so far here this first game.
4-7.
He's okay.
Yep. Hayden falls, no one worries. It's like, oh, he's going to get back up.
Sorry. That was his one.
Yeah, Hayden wondering if he won that point, but he did not. He did not, no.
I mean, he was laying on the ground. He did not see how it finished.
Yeah,
so.
yeah. Sorry, hate to break it to you. You lost that one.
I thought that was a fairly graceful fall, though.
It was.
He made it look better than I would have done.
7-4.
I've seen and felt worse. Yeah, good deep serve there. Wow, he got it.
I'm surprised he even put a paddle on this shot right here. It was so good.
Yeah, and I thought McMaken was going to come take that ball out of the air, and I think he was just hoping it floated out, and it doesn't. It stays in the corner. That was an incredible shot from Patrick Quinn.
Oh,
yeah,
great spot. Yeah, it seems like Patrick Quinn, he's just lacking a little consistency in this first game. He's hitting some amazing shots, and then, he's dumping some of those drives in the net, some errors other places, so he's had just a bit of trouble stringing together.
Yeah, I think he's looking to play more of the drops versus trying to drive past McMaken. Of course, McMaken is long, so that's going to make it a little bit tougher to pass with his length. So it looks like Patrick Quinn is choosing to go for drops and then trying to get into that cat and mouse game with. Oh, there's that up the line. Yeah. Yep, I think Patrick Quinn was hoping he'd go cross court, kind of guessed that way, stayed there a little bit longer than he should have, and McMaken recognized it, pushed it up the line. Yeah, I think inside out would have been the, I think Patrick Quinn had that volley anyway. He kind of sat on that line. Yeah, that ball's long. Again, you're okay with giving up a few serves if you're getting some free points or a big advantage out of it, but you still want to keep it at about 10%, 15% max. Misses. Oh, it's just so nice. So good. Patrick Quinn having a little bit of a hard time with his footing on this court. He has kind of slid as he's trying to stop a couple times.
Have a second and final timeout here from Patrick Quinn. And again, he's not. McMaken isn't running away with this. Patrick Quinn's he's staying with him. He's only, few points behind now, 4, a little bit more as McMaken's kind of pulling away here, but certainly not too much to overcome here. It's, again, I think just he's not stringing together several good rallies in a row. He'll have a great one and then, an error. Right. 2 great ones, but one is just the side out, so he doesn't get a point on it. It's just harder time rolling some stuff.
Yeah.
And I see we got a lot of pros in the stands watching as well. A lot of our Cali peeps, as we mentioned, Zach Taylor, but Derek Shearer, I see Lacey Schneeman.
Yes.
Chuck Taylor, I see in the stands. Love to see them supporting their peers and friends off the court.
Yep. Oh,
good hands.
McMaken was on it. I don't know why he was facing sideways. What? He gets that ball. Oh, I see. He's trying to recover. He almost thought that. I thought he was looking for the behind the back, thinking maybe Patrick was going to go there. Oh, yeah, just so good. So good.
Oh,
Such a tough shot right there. Inside out forehand. I mean, that is a really hard shot to hit on the run. Incredible touch. Yeah, we see what he's trying to do. He's trying to drop, come in, get into a cat and mouse.
All right, we're going to have a timeout this time from McMaken. Yeah, that was a really nice kind of setup. Patrick, when that shot, you could see he almost took it out of the air, but then lets it drop, and I think that's, McMaken then has that half a second to think, oh, no, now he has more options off the bounce.
Yep.
And then he ends up doubling him up.
Yep.
Trying to, again.
Yeah, it's tough when they put that drop on those corners, as a person at the kitchen line, they're coming. And so then you're focused on one, trying to get to the ball, but then deciding where am I going to go? Am I going to roll it up the line? Am I going to slice it cross court. Where are they as they're coming in? And so it just puts a lot of pressure when you make a good drop like that.
Yeah, and again, Patrick Quinn, as I've mentioned, he really nice rally there. Let's see if he can follow it up with another and put another point on the board, which of course McMaken's trying to not let happen with this timeout.
Time in, 7-9.
Some nice drops.
Yeah, he left that
yeah.
too short, too high. I think he knows that right here on his forehand. He just doesn't get enough on it. I mean, the ball just sits there. Too many options for Patrick Quinn. Of course, he's got that great forehand. He had the down the line, which of course he chose to use, but the cross court was also an option.
Yeah, Patrick Quinn finally is starting to get what he wants, execute it the way he wants.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, it seems pretty obvious that he had a strategy in mind coming in against McMaken, using those drops and coming in.
Oh, I missed it.
Ooh. Yeah, I thought it was out. I thought it missed.
I'm blocked, completely blocked by time.
I thought it was out.
Call is in. Call is in. Point.
I thought it missed.
I thought it missed as well. I mean, McMaken
Well, and it certainly was not way in, but
yeah.
I think what he means is that he's pretty sure it was.
First game, 11-9.
Wow.
That's tough. That's tough. But Patrick Quinn definitely got it together a little bit there, got back in there, was hitting the shots he needed to hit. So ends up snatching this game one away from McMaken. Game two, anything could go here. So we'll take a short break into the action right after this. Welcome back to the action. Game number two kicking off now. Hayden Patrick Quinn on the far end. Kai McMaken on the near end. Great spot there from Patrick Quinn as he continues the momentum that he built at the end of game one. Bit of a tough call there at the end. Kind of made the difference, I think.
It did. It was
with
going to be
Patrick Quinn.
side out. Instead, it gave Patrick Quinn game point, excuse me. And who knows, he might have won anyway, but yeah,
sure, absolutely.
But that certainly was a big point, tied at 9. Would have given McMaken the serve.
And again, it's McMaken's job now that he's got to let that go. That
right.
Can't
forward.
continue to just kind of be frustrated about that because it's done. Nothing you can do about it now. But Patrick Quinn he was struggling that whole first game until, once he broke off of 6, he just started to really, everything kind of clicked into place. And it looks like that is continuing here the start of the second game.
Well, and I think McMaken needs to, if he does not, if he does not get a deep return, he needs to not come in, because right now, okay, that ball wasn't too bad. It was actually a pretty decent return. Patrick Quinn just made a great shot, but a lot of his returns have been short, and so it's just given Hayden so many options with those drops, because he knows he only has to take 3 steps after he makes that drop to be in a good spot, because the returns have been so short. So if I'm McMaken and I return short, I stay back, and then you rely on your ability to pass, as Hayden will probably try to come in. But, you know, McMaken's been effective passing, so sometimes you have to kind of go back to that, even though you're the returner and you're thinking I need to come in, but it's not working right now. He's leaving the returns short too many times, too often. So I'd like to see if he will mix it up, maybe stay back, rely on his ability to pass, and see if that gives him some luck and some, you know, string some points together here. Right now he's a bit of a run here for Patrick Quinn. Yeah, it's just. So then that's what you do. You overcompensate, because you don't want to leave it short. You know, you're telling yourself, get it deep, and then that happens. And so it's just tough. It's tough as a returner. Yeah, so that ball stays short. Yeah.
He's just hitting everything. It's not that McMaken is playing badly. It's now that Patrick Quinn is playing perfectly.
Yeah, Patrick Quinn is playing really well, but I think McMaken is just missing a couple spots. You know, not making Patrick Quinn work as much as he'd like. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what he needs to do.
Yeah, that first volley right back at Patrick Quinn, but then he did obviously a great job on the next one.
Yeah, he hasn't been able to kind of get in control of these rallies, which he needs to do to be able to move Patrick Quinn where he wants instead of letting him dictate it.
Yeah, I'm seeing a little bit of fire from Mr. McMaken, as we said earlier. Very nice guy, loves to have fun, but he is a competitor.
Oh, yeah.
He does not want to lose, especially having had the lead in that game 1. He's going to fight. Yep.
All right, now getting a little something going. Building some confidence here.
2-6.
Oh.
Wow, third shot lob. Oh, just a great shot. Wow. Incredible. Great shot from Patrick Quinn with that backhand roll right there, but then even a better job of stabbing at that ball there from McMaken, creating so much angle. Patrick Quinn expecting the ball going to go up the line, but it does not.
All right, Patrick Quinn now with the timeout. McMaken
just
cuts that lead in half.
Giving out high fives. He's just.
It is 3-6 here for this timeout, and McMaken's definitely feeling it. He's feeling it a little. He's now getting some of the shots that he wants. A little more smiles coming out of him.
Yep.
And Patrick Quinn, I mean, to his credit, in the first game, he was clearly very frustrated with how he was playing, but he stayed calm about it. He worked for it. He waited until he finally was able to get something going, and oh boy.
Yeah,
that
there
was
we
like
go.
a
There
round,
we go.
That was a roundhouse. That wasn't even a cartwheel. Roundhouse.
Oh, nice.
Yes. I love it so much.
Yeah, and I think you were talking about Patrick Quinn in game 1, and he did say it. You know, he said it out loud. He was just missing those drops. He just left a few of them short. Yeah, and that's what I mean right there. McMaken just doing a lot more with that volley, really making Patrick Quinn work. Whereas I think that, as Patrick Quinn went on that run, I think McMaken was leaving too many volleys at vulnerable spots there, where Patrick Quinn really had a lot of choices. Much better job there on that point. Good return.
Oh, yeah, that was a nice third, though.
Oh, wow. Great shot.
Yeah.
I would have loved to see him move up on that first ball. You see how he could have taken it out of the air had he moved in a little bit sooner. His third was so good, but he was coming from kind of a deep spot. But well done there from McMaken. Yeah, goes for the wide serve. Very smart. A lot of times, of course, you try to go after the backhand if you can, but most players will run around it. But at least it puts them in the middle where they can't create that angle. So that was a great change of a spot there from McMaken.
Oh, yeah.
And he goes, yeah, so that's a little bit, we talked about this yesterday. Sometimes you kind of fall in love with it. It worked before.
6-5.
Thank you, Steve. Round off. I couldn't remember.
What'd you say, roundhouse?
I said roundhouse. That's a kick in martial arts.
Yes. Good pressure here from McMaken. Right. And neither am I, since I didn't correct it. My wife was. Yeah. There it is again.
The thing, too, is you mentioned it before, McMaken's got to think at some point Patrick Quinn's going to go up that line.
Right,
so he's kind of guessing that way, and then he just keeps doubling up. So tough in that spot because Patrick Quinn has either option open to him.
And it's risky, right? Because if Patrick Quinn doesn't execute that shot, he's pretty much going to lose the point because the court is wide open by him choosing to hit a forehand there. But just the confidence we've talked about, it certainly has it in doubles and in singles. Very confident shot. Notice how quick he is to move in.
What?
Yeah, he
How
misses.
Did he get both of those?
He misses, yeah, but he's done a much better job reading his drops and moving in on them. Whereas on McMaken's shots, he's kind of hesitated a little bit when he's had a chance to move in. Let's see if he can maybe do that on this point if he gets the opportunity. There he goes. Oh, wow. That is not an easy overhead to hit. He was so far back, and look at the angle that he creates. Look how far back he is as he makes contact. That is
so tough.
The margin for error on the shot that he just hit is literally inches. Inches from the net, inches from the sideline. That was pretty impressive.
Very. And he has tied it up here at sixes.
Patrick Quinn slipping again. In?
Out.
Oh.
Yeah.
I was going to say, I thought that can't be in. Patrick Quinn didn't even try for the ball.
6-6.
Yeah, that's what we saw a little bit at the beginning of the first game, right? He was missing those same drops that later on he did not. We see another example of it there.
6-6.
Yeah,
wow, great
caught the
hands
line.
from Patrick Quinn.
Caught the line.
Had a couple really good exchanges up at the net between these two.
Yeah, just not enough angle from that forehand from McMaken. Oh my gosh. That shot from Patrick, that shot from Patrick Quinn is just sick. I mean, it's just, yeah. Not a lot of people can hit that shot.
7-6.
Missed return, yep.
Yeah, he's
Pressing a little bit.
been doing well with the returns. Hasn't been giving away free points at least.
No, not too many.
Usually a short return, but definitely in this game, I don't think he's missed a return yet. That might be the first one here in the second game.
8-6.
Yeah, too much Patrick Quinn right now. Timeout.
Timeout receiver. 9-6. 1 minute.
Yeah, just a couple errors here. These last few rallies is what's put Patrick Quinn up now 2 points away from heading to the semis.
Right.
As I mentioned before, we are going to have a third quarterfinal match coming up next, which is going to be Elliot Big E Markowitz taking on Zach Taylor. And then we will be into those semifinals. As I mentioned, Kyle Lewis and Noah Zwiren in one of the semis. The winner of this will take on the winner of the next quarterfinal match. As we work through our men's pro singles bracket here on our final day of coverage at the APP Sacramento Open. Again, there is no women's singles today, which is why you will not see the ladies on court. Just gorgeous passing shot there from Patrick Quinn to put him on a match point here.
Yep. I want to see McMaken change it up. Maybe stay back on this one. Just give him a different look. Nope.
Oh, it's just, yeah. I mean, Patrick Quinn absolutely just played much better here in the second game than he did in the first. I mean, McMaken played very well also, but just not enough to overcome Patrick Quinn. So Patrick Quinn heads to the semis. McMaken still in it, though. He'll drop into the consolation bracket, try and get back up into those medal rounds. We'll take a short break, head to the Franklin studio, and back into the action right after this. Welcome back to the Franklin studio. Lauren McLaughlin here with Hayden Patrick Quinn, who has got himself a spot in the semis. You just mentioned, we talked about it a little bit before, as you are getting farther in these days, it is a long day when you get to those medal rounds. You've had two already. Singles at the end of the weekend is always a bit tough.
Yeah.
How are you feeling today coming into it?
Pretty tired, but I'm just trying to find the energy. I had a ringer first round, Connor, so that was a battle, and Kai was pumped up, so it was a battle in this one too. So I'm just trying to find the energy, and I went in the koozie last night with the boys, so I'm back.
Nice, little recovery. I like it. So that first game, it looked for sure like he was going to take that. You kind of were struggling to get anything going, really, but managed to kind of lock it in there just at the end. Did you feel a little off in that first game, maybe after that match with Connor, and you kind of had to, as you mentioned, work to find the energy to kind of get back in it?
Yeah, I definitely felt a little off my game and no energy, and I guess that's just how it's going this weekend. I'm down like 6-0 in every first match, so just trying to grind it.
Are you now kind of getting the sense that if you're going to be playing in more tournaments and getting to the end of those days, that we maybe need to work on maybe our working out a little bit more, a little energy to keep it up for those long days?
Yes, definitely need to start working out.
You're 17. At
Yeah.
17, you're like, I don't need to work out. I'm like always in amazing shape.
Yeah,
But
right.
congratulations, you're into the semis. We'll see you there. And coming up next, another quarterfinal match. We got Zach Taylor, and not Kai McMaken. He's not even tired. He's out here just warming up. But he takes on Elliot Markowitz. So don't go anywhere. Back into the action in Sacramento right after this. where I welcome back everyone to the APP Sacramento Open. Lauren McLaughlin and Daniel Roditi here courtside for our final day of live streaming coverage on Facebook and YouTube. We have our final quarterfinal matchup here in men's pro singles. Zach Taylor on the far end will be taking on Elliot Markowitz on the near end. Both of them, again, out of California. Zach Taylor in the Los Angeles area. Elliot Markowitz, 33, out of Santa Barbara. You know both of these players, Daniel, of course. I think Markowitz, we saw him yesterday as well in doubles. But I think you mentioned, you know, him and maybe even Zach Taylor a little bit better at their singles game right now, get a little bit better results.
Yeah, I think that's certainly true for Elliot. I think Zach is good singles player for sure. I think he's
a little
maybe
more well-rounded.
Yeah, I think he's progressing in know maybe all aspects of his game equally, but certainly singles is, I think, because of his fitness and speed. Obviously, he's going to be dangerous. He had a decent run in SoCal, maybe tied for 5th. I think he beat Yates, Johnson. He had a couple good wins there.
Yeah, both these players still trying to chase their first pro medals, though, as a lot of players have been, which is so awesome. We've already had a handful of first-time pro medalists here this weekend, which is always very exciting. I think we'll probably have a couple more today here in singles. As a pretty open field, some very good players, some good competition, as we've seen already so far here today. Looking at the list of players, I cannot even remotely say that there's one that even stands out as, oh, this one will for sure win. I think it's any number of these players could end up on the podium today, and so it should be an exciting day.
Yeah, I mean, certainly, obviously, Hayden's got to be one of the favorites, right? But he's had some tough matches already. But I think he would probably be one of the favorites. Lewis, we'll have to see what happens with that.
How
much the backhand side of things affect him moving forward in the tournament. Of course, these two guys are still fighting as we have the people in the back. So he really, anybody's game.
Taylor on the far end is the number 6 seed. Markowitz is the 3rd seed here today. So already a bit of a discrepancy. Taylor thinking that ball is out. Markowitz insisting it was not. Oh, that was going to be.
Yeah, nice. That was a nice shot. Certainly had Markowitz fooled. That's going to be the key there for Taylor, is reducing those just unforced errors, which can happen to him in doubles a little bit too. He can be a little streaky, can kind of get in his head a little bit when he makes a mistake. That's a great return. I don't know why he didn't come in on the first one. Yeah, I mean, he had an incredible return. Should have been all over the kitchen at that point, but does well with the next one.
0-2.
Mike Kunkus is our USA certified referee. Oof, yeah, that was just a
great return from Markowitz again, but also not enough on that serve from Taylor. I think he's got to get a lot more aggressive with that serve. We see, well, that ball looked like could have been long, but just we don't have the best angle from here. But
Point.
yeah, we're seeing just a number of errors from Taylor. Certainly, Markowitz has hit some great shots, but I think overall it's been more about the mistakes than about the winners. I thought that ball missed, maybe.
Side out.
No, maybe not. Good shot from Taylor.
0-4.
Yeah, Taylor went for the change of pace serve, but it was so short. I mean, he went for that kind of lob serve, but didn't really hit it deep enough. He was in trouble, but got out of trouble with that lob. Markowitz doesn't come in. Oh yeah, that's just a great shot.
Yeah, I mean, if you're not going to come in, you got to be able to hit shots like that from the
Yeah.
baseline. Otherwise, you're not going to come out on top. So Markowitz proving he can do it from the baseline or the kitchen line.
4-1.
Oh, good serve.
Side out.
Yeah, Markowitz knowing that he wasted an opportunity there. He had such a big serve, got a really short return, and then misses with a relatively easy shot, followed by a missed return.
Yep, Taylor finally on the board here. See if he can capitalize on keeping that going. Oh, 2-4, excuse me.
Good reach from Markowitz. Wow, just too much from Taylor.
Yeah.
Gets a paddle clap
I mean,
from Markowitz right here.
yeah.
He just pulls it. So much angle. Markowitz kind of leaning. Gives him a paddle clap.
3-4.
Yep, he got it.
Ooh. Oh my! Ooh! Ooh!
Oh, wow. I think Markowitz
Oh my
had
gosh!
4 shots that he hit with the tip of his paddle.
How did that go?
I'm
on
surprised
as
he
long
didn't
as
hit it off his
did?
tip here and wrapped it around the post. I mean, he had,
Well, he's going to take a timeout
Yeah.
because
he's tired.
he needs a break.
1
My
minute.
goodness. I mean, you talked about it just seems like Taylor just a few too many errors coming
Yep.
out. Just a little slow start for him, but seems like he has again kind of clicked in now a little bit. A little more 50-50 of who's going to come out on top of some of these rallies. Where Markowitz was definitely hitting everything that he wanted to.
Fifteen seconds, players. Receiver
Next
1
week,
timeout
we are
remaining.
in
Service
Dallas,
2 timeouts
Texas
remaining.
for our next gen tournament.
Nice.
Going to be awesome. Paul Olin's going to be our senior pro mentor for that tournament. I'll be there at the Chicken and Pickle.
Time
I
in.
love going to those. Those places are the
4-4.
coolest. And those spots like that are popping up all over the country. Ooh.
Yep. Yep.
I mean, Markowitz is shaking his head. I don't know if he thinks it wasn't in, but he didn't call it, or it was just too good.
5-4.
Yeah,
Yeah, that was
great shot. Very close. Ooh. Couldn't
Timeout.
quite get around that ball as he's trying to push it up the line. Because of the angle it was
4-5.
coming from, he's tough to get outside of it to pull it up the line. It's missed.
Point. 5-5.
Yeah, good job from Taylor.
Five.
Yeah. Taylor so good with that backhand cross court, loves it. We've seen him. We've talked about how he likes to use it in doubles. It's that same swing that he uses when he speeds it up from the kitchen. Very compact on his backhand side.
6-5. Point.
Yeah, that's just tough. I mean, especially in singles when you don't have the two serves. You have to get that return in.
7-5.
Oh, a little ground stroke action here. Oh.
That's wide.
Point.
Don't often see a full rally with neither of the players on the men's side still at the baseline.
Yeah, we see that a lot more on the women. Oh, it's a great shot from Taylor. Holds it nicely. And he has gone so many times cross-court. I mean, he just went cross-court there. And so Markowitz has to kind of hold. He can't really cheat any which way. Looked like he was expecting another cross.
Man, just right on that baseline.
Oh, that's in. Inside the line.
Painting lines out here.
Just a couple great shots.
I'd like to see a timeout here for Markowitz, but
10-5.
game point for Taylor.
That's a good return. Oh, and another just great cross court. I'm surprised. Honestly, I'm surprised Markowitz is still going to that backhand. He needs to start working the forehand side.
All right, let's see if he heeds your advice from the booth in game two. We'll take a short break. Back into game two of this quarterfinal match in Sacramento right after this. Back into the action here for game two of our final quarterfinal match here in men's pro singles at the APP Sacramento Open. Lauren McLaughlin and Daniel Roditi here courtside on the mic. We have Zach Taylor now on the near end, Elliot Markowitz on the far end. Taylor, after a bit of a slow start in game one, finally found what he's looking for. Ended up taking it 11-5 ultimately. Let's see if he can stick with what was working in game one. Get into the semis here in two, or will Markowitz push this to a third?
Side out. Zero, zero. Side out.
Yeah, Markowitz has to be careful because after he loses game one, you don't want to be sort of keeping those margins so slim that you're going to start missing some shots because you're trying to be too perfect.
He's come in, yep. Good cover. Yeah, well played. Well played from Markowitz. Just Taylor
ankle breaker.
Yeah, Taylor didn't quite do enough with that forehand volley. I think he wanted to generate a little more angle cross court. Leaves it where Markowitz can get to it easily.
0-0.
Oh, he's there. He's there. He got what he wanted.
Yep.
Was going to have Markowitz on the run on that ball, but just mishits it.
1-0.
Short serve there. That's out. Yeah, too short
Side
for
out.
Markowitz. And we see that's the risk you run a little bit sometimes when you go with that little lob serve. If you don't hit it enough and stays too
0-1.
short, it kind of backfires on you. Well, the ball's out, and I think it was going out regardless.
Yeah, probably would have missed that sideline.
But I don't know if Taylor was going to try to hit it in the air.
Yeah, in singles, it's a little tough when you're on the move and you don't have a partner to
Yep.
kind of watch the lines as
Yep.
well.
Call you off of it.
Oh, good pickup, kind of got on top of that.
Oh,
Oh, my
that's beautiful.
goodness. Yeah. Yeah, that cross-court
Yeah.
two-handed backhand has just been
Yeah.
rocking
Look at this. And
for
he
Taylor.
keeps it so compact. Not a big swing, just a little flick.
2-1. Point.
It's like Markowitz is getting the shots that he wants, and he's just, inches away from hitting the shots that he wants, and he's just cutting it a little too close.
Yeah. Yeah, and I don't know how his other matches have been,
3-1.
how much fatigue is starting to play a part in this. I mean, certainly it's hot out here.
I mean, that's the only way Markowitz was coming out on top of that.
Well, and I was
Was an
just going
error.
to say, that's why you don't give up on a point, because you
Yep.
never know. You
Timeout
never know.
server.
I mean, that's,
Scores 1-3. 1 minute.
yeah, you would have thought there was no chance he was going to come out
Yeah.
on top of that, but that's why you always, if you have a chance to get the ball, just get it back. You never know what can happen.
Exactly. If they have to hit one more shot, there's always an opportunity for an error. I mean, we see pros, they dump overheads in the net all the time.
Yeah, especially coming off of a really good get from your opponent. Sometimes you overthink it and you try to do too much with it or get too cute or whatever it is and just miss. So hopefully it won't cost Taylor too much. But certainly Markowitz is hoping that he can turn the tide a little bit. I think the longer this match goes, that only benefits Taylor in terms of,
15 seconds, players.
he's very fit, young guy, can kind of run all day.
I'm just jamming out, guys.
Yeah, it's great.
It's like the club. All right, let's see if Markowitz.
1-3.
I mean, again, Taylor comes off of the error, but the immediate timeout is a good reset for him. So it'll be interesting to see if it affects anything. Oh,
Yeah, it's
it
not.
does
And
not.
that's the best way to forget about that point is you get the very next one, you get that side out back, and now really no damage done. You certainly gave up that point, but
3-1.
at least you get the serve back.
Point. Point.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, Markowitz, it's clear the difference here in the second game for sure has been the errors from Markowitz. It's just not hitting the shots he
5-1.
needs to.
A little late with that backhand. Tries to go too much on that sideline, just misses it.
1-5.
Again with the lob serve, but still a little short.
Come on,
Wow,
again.
yeah.
And that's on the opposite side.
Well, and I feel like Markowitz sort of just look how slow he's moving forward. He should have been all over that kitchen line.
Yeah, he should have been planted there easily before Taylor even hit the ball.
And look at him now. He's definitely fatigued. You could tell he's got his He had his hands on his knees.
5-1. Point.
Coming up next, we're going to have our first semifinal match, which will be Kyle Lewis versus Noah Zwiren, who I have not seen play before. So again, another new face we're going to highlight here after the conclusion of this one.
Yeah, saw just a few points of him playing Nemeth. And from what I saw, which wasn't that much,
1-6.
moved really well around the court. Younger guy. As we're starting to see more and more, obviously, especially on singles day. That ball misses. Great job by Taylor just making Markowitz hit another ball. We've said it several times. He looks tired. You just got to make him hit another ball.
6-1.
That's in.
That's in, yeah.
Again, why wasn't Markowitz at the line? What's he doing back there?
I think at first he thought Taylor's going to take it out of the air, but the moment he lets that ball bounce, to me, what that says is that Markowitz is tired.
Yeah.
He knows he should move up, but I think he's tired.
Yeah.
And it's, I'm not trying to diss the guy. I'm all too familiar with that feeling. That's why I know why
You're
he's
in a
not coming
constant
up.
state of tiredness, Dan.
Like, yeah, I know what he's thinking. He's thinking, I can't do it. I know I should be up there. I should move
real,
up, but
especially
I
in
can't do
singles.
it. Oh, absolutely. And it's hot.
Yeah, it's hot. It's the end of the weekend. You've played 2 days already.
Yeah, part of it, and I know you're obviously covering the whole court. That's the obvious part of it too, but yeah, that was very close, but I think it caught. But, if you think about it, in doubles, you're hitting a lot of dinks, a lot of shots that don't require a ton of energy.
Sure.
Whereas in singles, almost every shot you hit,
7-1.
you're swinging out fully. So your whole body is just engaged in every shot, and so it just wears you out.
And the thing is, when you're tired, your shots aren't, your arms tired. It's not going to be as crisp, strong.
Footwork is key.
And I mentioned next week I'm in Dallas for our next gen, but the week after that, I am in Alabama. Look at me. I'm just crisscrossing the country all over the place. I live in hotels, guys. I live in hotels and on airplanes. But 2 weeks, we are in Alabama at a gorgeous new facility in Opelika, October 6th through the 9th. Registration still open on pickleballtournaments.com. Get on there. See if you can still join us at one of our tournaments this year. We got a handful still left to play before we close out the 2022 season. But Alabama, it's going to be another Tier 2 tournament similar to this one. Probably not a lot of the top names, so a really good opportunity. If you are thinking of dipping your toe into the pro waters, come do it in Alabama. It would be a perfect place to do it. Oh, that was a great get.
Okay, 2 examples of why you don't give up on a point. Markowitz, again, is seemingly out of the point. Throws up a lob out of desperation. Unfortunately for Taylor, not able to put that ball away. Markowitz guessed the right way, ran it down, and stayed in the point, and then he wins it.
1-7.
And that kind of just looks like fatigue on the shot because you're not holding your arm as tightly as it needs to be hitting that shot.
Yeah, and
just get a little
footwork is so
looser.
key. Yeah, footwork is so key. You just don't make that last little adjustment
7-1.
step when you're tired. And it can be the difference between a winner and a ball in the net.
Side out. One seven. Side out.
Long.
7-1. Point.
All right, Taylor just 3 points away.
See Kyle Lewis just kind of encouraging Markowitz over there. They played together yesterday in men's.
Yeah, they're good friends. They train together, same area. Oh,
Point.
and he was going to the wrong spot. He was going back cross court. Should have gone up the line. Doesn't matter. Puts it in the net.
9-1.
Good rate ball. It's out.
Point. Ten one.
And that is the match to Zach Taylor. He moves on to the semis where he will face Hayden Quinn. Elliot Markowitz will drop to our consolation bracket, hoping to battle back into the medal rounds. We'll see if he can get the job done. We'll have that first semifinal match, as I mentioned, coming up on deck. I'll head to the Franklin studio to talk to Mr. Taylor, and then we're into the action right after this. The APP Sacramento Open, brought to you by PowerPlate, the official recovery tool of the APP Tour. Selkirk, an official paddle sponsor of the APP Tour. SunMed, the official CBD of the APP Tour. And Pickleball Central, your pickleball superstore, catering from beginners to pros. Welcome back to the Franklin studio. Laura McLaughlin here with Zach Taylor, who I requested the hat off because I needed to see this glorious ginger hair. We saw it a little bit yesterday. I needed to see it more today. So this is your first ever interview. You're going to the semifinals. You're going to face Hayden Quinn in singles. Still looking for that first medal hitting the podium in singles.
Singles, yes. We did take a bronze in mixed doubles. So
yes, exactly. So we're trying to keep the momentum rolling. In singles, you know, we talk about so much. It's the end of the long weekend. Yeah. You're getting fatigued. Yeah. How important do you know that fitness, that endurance is going into the singles game?
Yeah, I think it's completely different from doubles. Coming from tennis, I just try to drive every ball, but it's really about working your opponent. And I know if I just moved him side to side, up and back, that I was going to probably win out in the end.
Do you feel like singles is a little bit better for you? Do you feel like doubles is where you're more comfortable, or do you feel like you're starting to have really a well-rounded game all around?
I think singles definitely helps with repetition, so I work on my drives and work on my drops without a partner judging me on the other side of the net, so it definitely helps out a little bit with that too.
So you're facing Hayden Quinn in the semis. That's going to be a tough matchup. He should be. You guys know each other well, of course. What's going to be the thought process for you to try and come out on top in that matchup?
Yeah, Hayden and I are good friends. We practice at the same facility together, so we both know each other's games. I'm just going to try to move him around. You know, he's a little bit, I have him in the height category, so I might try to pass him on the left and the right wing and maybe throw up a couple lobs.
All right. Well, congratulations.
Thank
We'll
you.
see you in that semifinal and hopefully maybe on the podium
Let's
at the
go.
end of the day. Let's go indeed. We are back with our first semifinal here in men's pro singles at the Sacramento Open right after this.
No time to waste under the setting sun, into our wildest dream. Follow me into our wildest dreams, our wildest dreams.
Welcome back, everyone, to our first semifinal here in men's pro singles at the APP Sacramento Open. We have Kyle Lewis back on court. He is our #1 seed here today. in men's pro singles. Had a good result in SoCal, getting a bronze medal. And he takes on, I think, new face to pretty much everyone. Noah Zwiren, who's 26, out of Issaquah, Washington. Hopefully I'm saying that correctly.
Yeah. I'm going to guess he went to UW.
I mean, that seems like a fair bet.
I'm no genius, but
we can read, so there's that.
That's University of Washington. And for those of you who are not maybe from the West Coast, you may not know. That's a good shot from Lewis.
Now, Zwiren is the number 5 seed here today, so he definitely has gotten some results in his tournaments prior to have that seed here today in a group of about 20 gentlemen.
Side out.
I feel like he has to probably be friends with Brian Ashworth since he's playing with that one-shot paddle, which Brian also plays with.
Watch the setup as he serves. Who does he remind you of?
I'll have to watch again. I wasn't paying attention. Ooh,
Next
nice
one.
spot there.
It'll take you 3 seconds.
But now it's so much pressure for me to get it right.
You get 3 seconds.
Okay.
Hold on, not yet.
1-1.
3, 2, 1.
Oh, it's Tyson.
No, Jack Foster.
Oh, Foster. No, Tyson kind of does that too.
Yeah,
Tyson
but it's
does the,
different.
like,
It's
yeah, it is
different,
different. You're right. It is more Foster-esque.
Yes.
Tyson's a good second.
Right.
1-1.
Yeah, good read.
Side out.
He kind of has that two-hander and kind of lets go of the left hand. Haven't seen that in a little bit. Yeah, you see that.
Right.
It's used to see it in tennis a little bit with some guys, but it's very, very rare even in tennis as well. Kind of hits with two hands and then lets go with the left. Oh yeah, good spot.
Nicely done by Lewis there. We talked about he does have that injury on his left hand, so he's a little limited on his backhand side. I mean, he's got an amazing one-handed backhand still.
Yeah.
But cannot really use that two-handed backhand, so it'll be interesting to see if Noah. Ooh.
Yeah,
whoa.
Huge,
Ace.
just a huge serve. Yeah, he just crushed it. Just crushed it.
Don't normally see a lot of aces on a non-spin serve.
Right,
but
right. Yeah, it looked like that ball maybe caught the line and slid. Yeah, good shot there from Lewis.
Out. Three.
Yeah.
yeah, tough that recovery off the net cord there, and then just got to kind of make a choice, and thinks he's going cross court, so he plants a little center. Ooh.
Just missed.
Yeah, good job by Zwiren running that down, though.
3-4.
A little clip of the net there, threw that off. Net cords, we're keeping track.
Keeping track.
All tied up at fours, though, here in game one of our first semifinal.
4-4.
Spot in the winner bracket final and the podium on the line.
Yeah, good roll.
So
yeah,
good.
especially you know, Lewis has been going with power here in his passing shots, and he just changes the pace there, throws Zwiren off a little bit.
5-4.
Oh, yeah.
Side out.
Again, you talked about it in a previous match that when you get into kind of those cross-court cat and mouse, both player knows that someone's going to go straight up. Someone's going to change it eventually.
Right.
And they have to try to anticipate when that's going to be.
Yep.
That can be very difficult. Oof.
Too much, yeah. Big swing there on the return from Lewis.
5-5. Point.
Mike Kunkus is back as our USA Pickleball Certified referee for this
6-5.
semifinal match.
Yeah, good volley.
Yeah,
Too
Zwiren,
high from
yep.
Zwiren, yep.
And that's so dangerous in singles. Why, if you're going to drop it, it's got to be unattackable in the air, because
Yep.
otherwise it's just so tough to cover.
Point. Six.
Oh,
Oh, wow, what a great get from Lewis.
oh
Wow.
my gosh.
Incredible get from him on that
Oof.
backhand.
Yeah, that was impressive.
Yeah, I don't think Zwiren was thinking that ball was even coming back, let alone come back down at his feet. Incredible get. Ooh, that was very close. Yeah, Lewis.
That was an interesting decision from Zwiren how he chose to hit that.
Yeah.
6-7.
Ooh.
That's out.
Point.
I don't know what
7-7.
Zwiren's background is. I doubt it's tennis.
Point. Timeout receiver. Scores 8-7. 1 minute.
All right, so Lewis calls a timeout here, trailing by 1. I mean, besides a couple errors on both sides, does it seem like either need to switch up anything much? Seems like they're both executing fairly well, keeping it close here on the score.
Yeah, I mean, it just seems like it's Lewis's match to lose, right? Like it's really going to be up to him in so many ways. I feel like Zwiren, certainly his biggest weapon is his speed. He's a good mover. His shots don't necessarily have a ton of power on them, but he gets everything back. I mean, he's just, you know, kind of a scrappy player.
15 seconds, player. Receiver, 1 timeout remaining. Server, 2 timeouts remaining.
What that does just puts more pressure on you, is that the opponent
Time
feeling
in.
like you just have
8-7.
to hit a perfect shot for it to be a winner. You see, we'll run down most of the shots he hit. Now you see it right there. He's similar to. He kind of reminds me, his strokes are not the same, but similar to Frank Anthony Davis, where he will run every ball down and just make you hit another ball, another ball, another ball. And certainly he has certain
7-8.
shots where he can pass, but I think he's more of a.
Point.
I think Fad's approach is, let me lengthen the point, get every ball back. And, of course, he's an incredible singles player for a reason. Kind of reminds me of that a little bit, Zwiren.
So it looks like Zwiren has a background in baseball a little
okay.
bit. I don't believe he
9-8.
played a sport in college.
Okay.
Point.
Looks like he is now a data analyst.
Timeout receiver.
Oh.
Scores 10-8, 1 minute.
All right, so Lewis has gotten it together a little coming out of that timeout. He's going to have a game point here. Zwiren now the one to take the timeout to try and hold off this first game. Yeah, definitely not necessarily traditional strokes from Zwiren, like you said.
Right.
Where Lewis, of course, does have that tennis background, so a little more conventional.
Receiver, 1 timeout remaining. Server, 1 timeout remaining. Time in. 10-8.
Oh,
That's a good ball.
I did not think that was clear in the net. It looked so low from Zwiren, but beautiful drop.
8-10.
Oh, he's going to miss that.
Side out.
Yeah, it's so tough in singles if you can't capitalize when you get that side out and put any points on the board during your serve. It's
Tough
just
serve. What a
so
serve
tough.
to close out the game. I mean, he puts it right in the corner.
Yeah, big serve. Not, I mean, yeah, just does what he needs to do.
Yep.
So Lewis takes game 1, 11-8. Very competitive, though. Let's see if Zwiren can kind of stay out in front in game 2, push this to a third, try and get in that winner bracket final. Back into the action here in Sacramento right after this. Back into our first semifinal match here in men's pro singles. Noah Zwiren on the near end, taking on Kyle Lewis on the far end. Lewis taking game 1. Zwiren hoping to battle back here, possibly force a third game. Talked to him a little bit before this second game, and he does indeed have a background mostly in baseball, he said, growing up, but played a little bit of tennis, nothing too competitive, though. He said his big win was in Chicago just a few weeks ago, where he beat Jack Foster, who we mentioned already. His serve reminds us of.
His forehand's a little bit similar to Jack, has more of a wind-up, but you see that little...
Yeah, a bit of a, kind of like
he
windmill
starts pretty
action.
high. Yeah, he starts pretty high. Great shot there from Zwiren.
Said he's played about 6 pro events this year. So definitely still, getting into it, getting used to competition at this level.
Side out.
Good effort there from Zwiren off the banners, but again, Lewis just has to stay calm and put that ball in the open court, which he does.
Point.
We saw it a little bit with Lewis in the first match that we saw him in, where his drives are just so hard. If you don't have your paddle face in the correct position, when you go to block that, it's going to, you know, just kind of ricochet the wrong way because there's so much action on it.
Great job from Zwiren to going from defense to offense. Oh,
Close. Oh, Lewis is fatigued a little
winded.
after that. Yep.
Yeah.
Again, it's very hot. It's been 90 every single day here with zero cloud cover. So just full sun for these players. Probably feels about 100 on the court. We're going to have a timeout
Early
here.
timeout here from Lewis.
I mean, we did see him, you know, he did look pretty winded. To me, this seems like a timeout of just catching your breath, grabbing a drink, just a little moment in the shade. I'm just going to take a dance break. Zwiren just ready to go out here.
15 seconds, players. Receiver. 1 timeout remaining. Server, 2 timeouts remaining. Time in.
I can hear Witskin
2-1.
I can't.
from our booth. He's probably
You
three
can hear him
courts
anywhere.
3 courts away. It's
Oh
just
my goodness. That
really
was
nice.
some
Really
nice shots
nice
from
little
Zwiren.
flick. Yeah, great
That was a
ball
great
here.
shot.
Zwiren moving to his left. Just
1-2.
too tough. Good placement. Yeah, ball's out.
Point. Two.
I mean, what makes a super powerful serve? Is it the arm? Is it the shoulder? Is it the wrist flick at the end? Like, what are the factors in having as big of a serve as Lewis does?
Yeah, if you watch his hand, so
again,
just too
jeez.
nice. I mean, just come on. Great shot. It's no different from what makes a good drive or a powerful drive. It's all about paddle speed, and you can generate way more paddle speed with your hand than you can with your shoulder.
Definitely
So you'll
looks-
see
yeah.
his hand is moving so fast through that ball. His shoulder's not really, he's not taking a big swing with the shoulder. It's really all about the hand speed through the ball. Yeah, good placement there. A little bit of fatigue from Lewis, I think, on that volley. He just didn't quite push off as fast as he would have liked.
3-4.
You know, we compared the Zwiren serve to Jack Foster in sort of the mechanics of it, but certainly Foster gets a lot more heat on his serve than we're seeing Zwiren.
Yeah,
His
this is
his
just
is a
more
little
the,
more get it in play.
Right. Yeah, it's just more the wind up and the form. He doesn't necessarily hit the ball super hard. Tries to just put some air under it. Yeah, it's just a great forehand from Lewis. Yeah, so as Lewis serves, just watch his hand and look how fast he moves it through the ball as he's striking it.
4-4.
Not a big wind up. Yeah.
Yeah, there's no wind up at
No
all.
wind
It's
up at
simply
all.
right
Just
by
that-
his side, just
yep.
it's all through that like wrist hand come through the ball.
And certainly weight, right? If you put your weight forward, as we see, you know, a decal bar. Oh, it's just that forehand, that cross-court forehand is so lethal. It reminds me a little bit of, not the mechanics again, but the placement. Sincola's forehand.
Yeah, absolutely.
Very similar how it just dips so much.
Just a little too high there from Zwiren. He will call a timeout now as Lewis is picking up a little steam, and Lewis definitely is coming to the kitchen a lot less, I think, again, to conserve energy probably, hoping to just hit those passing shots from the baseline that are winners so he doesn't have to do too much. Zwiren still making him work for it a little bit here, but Lewis is definitely trying to just lock into those passing shots.
Update in the back draw.
Yes, please.
Connor Garnett, number 15 seed, will be taking on the number 4 seed, Caden Nemeth, who was taken out by Zwiren in the previous round. So they will be facing off.
Well, coming up next here on center court, we have our other semifinal match. Hayden Patriquin will take on Zach Taylor. That should be a very exciting semi. They will join the winner of this in the winner bracket final.
He's got it. Yeah, well.
He was there.
Yeah, you can just see he's tired. Lewis is tired for sure. Don't blame him.
4-7.
Oh, that literally almost killed somebody in the stands.
All right, maybe not literally killed them, but
would be dead right now. That was just like a full drive through on top of people's heads. Can you imagine if that took someone in the face? They would have probably survived. I'll give them that.
Yeah, I think they would have survived. But he did hit it pretty hard right into the stands.
4-7.
Ooh.
Oh, he gave him that
Yeah, I thought it
just catching the edge of the line, I guess. Oh, Lewis is.
Yeah, something's up. I know he's at the very least tired.
Yeah.
5-7.
Ooh,
Yeah,
I mean, that's
great.
what he wants,
Yeah.
is to not have to do anything but hit one shot.
Yeah, and then that's a little bit of what you have, too, when we have the Tier 2 tournaments and we have more of the local players. These are not guys who are
Used
playing.
to?
Well, they're not playing professionally all the time, right?
Sure.
So they have the level to play professional. Just great job by Zwiren. But often they don't have the schedule, which means they can't train as much as a full-time professional can. Sometimes their fitness levels are not at the same level because of that reason. They have to work full-time. They can't just focus strictly on pickleball.
5-7. Point.
Yeah, and I feel like where he was in that spot at 7-4, you're thinking it's just right there. Just don't lengthen this match any more than you need to because you need to conserve energy.
Point.
And so I guarantee you, Lewis is thinking that right now. He was seemingly in control. And you just want to finish it. Of course, you got to move on to another tough match if you get through this one.
Side out.
Yeah, we are tied at sevens, though.
Yep.
7-7.
That just adds to the frustration, I'm sure, for Lewis. He went for that little slice serve we talked about. Oh, the ball stays in. Yeah, that's where that backhand hurts him. He couldn't really drive that. Yeah, comes out on top though. But you could see how uncomfortable he was driving that backhand with his one hand.
Timeout server.
Yep, there's going to be the second and final timeout for Lewis, who is gassed, it seems like.
Yeah.
And the thing that's so tough in singles is, I mean, we've seen it sometimes with players, but it can be so tough because you're telling your opponent how tired you are. Like, he is showing Noah that he's dying over there. And, I mean, he's going to take advantage of it. He knows it. He's going to try and work him.
Yep.
He's going to try and make him run, try and exhaust him. So he's going to try and exploit that. So it's really tough to not let your opponent see how tired you are.
Right.
A lot of times, you know, you don't want to show any weakness or show that there's something that can be exploited. But Lewis is not not hiding it super well right now, that he's struggling a little bit.
Right, and it's hard to hide fatigue. I mean, it's just there's certain things that you do when you're tired that you just it just becomes very, very evident.
Server, no timeouts remaining. Receiver, 2 timeouts.
And depending on who you are, if that's your reputation, even if you try to, you know, if you think like Ryan Sherry.
I wasn't going to say Ryan Sherry,
or
but
me. It's like, yeah, we know that they're going to be dying. Just long.
Just
Let's see
long.
here. I could not see it. He said wide. So.
That
well, it definitely was not wide.
It might
maybe
have
he
just missed.
Probably meant long, but
7, 8.
certainly not wide.
Very close. I will say, though, Ryan Sherry has been up in the gym just working on his fitness.
Oh, yeah. He's
lost a lot of weight.
Yeah, he's probably lost like 30 pounds. And, yeah, doing great.
Just makes all those party buses just a little bit easier.
30 down, 30 to go.
We love you, Cher Bear.
Oh, of course. Who doesn't? Who doesn't love Mr. Sherry? Smart. You got to run him. You got to run them. I mean, if you're Zwiren, you want to make these points as long as possible. And obviously the opposite is true for Lewis. You want to end this in 3 shots or less.
And normally in singles, the rallies aren't super long, generally speaking. So,
well, and what would be considered a longer rally in singles, of course, may not be so long in doubles, but because you're covering so much more court,
8, 9.
feels like an eternity. Yeah, stays in. Oh, yeah.
Lewis needed that. He needed a side out big here to try and stay out in front, even if it's just by the 1 point that he has right now, because I don't think he can afford a third game.
No, and he's got to go for a big serve. I was surprised that he went for that slide serve earlier, especially when you're that tired. You're trying to get a free point. Not deep enough. But again, that tough forehand roll. Yeah, you got to stay there. You cannot give him forehands.
You can
see unless you're putting it away.
He's just lofting up shots. I mean, they're not lobs. He's just he doesn't have, I think, the energy right now to crush the drives that we were seeing earlier in this match.
Yeah, that, and Zwiren went to his backhand 3 times in a row, and we know he can't drive with the backhand right now. Oh, he just misses.
Side out.
All right, see if he can get it a little bit deeper on the serve. Yep, does get a deep serve in. Yeah, it's too tough. Yeah, he was there, but that's a really hard shot to hit. A cross-court forehand roll on the run.
8, 9.
Yeah. I mean, you could just see Lewis had several opportunities to move in. He's not coming in. He's as we've been saying, just tired.
Yeah.
And he's just hoping to end this here in 2 points.
And that can be tough too when you're so tired and you want to avoid that third game. It's in the back of your mind that I have to finish this. Like I can't afford a third one. And you hope, that doesn't cause him to press a little for things. Ooh, boy, that was massive.
Yeah, yeah. Generated by that deep serve. Get that short return.
Yeah, winner of this heads to the winner bracket final. And a spot on the podium.
He's getting that easily. Oh, yeah, that's it.
Wow. I mean, really nice matchup.
Yeah.
Here's Zwiren.
Another medal for Mr. Lewis.
Yep. So Zwiren drops to our back draw where he's got some tough competition back there to make it back into bronze. But Kyle Lewis heads to the winner bracket final. We'll find out who will join him in our next semifinal match, which is up next between Hayden Patrick-Quinn and Zach Taylor. Don't go anywhere. More singles action still to come here in Sacramento.
We are launching Selkirk TV, which brings the best pickleball content to your smartphone, tablet, and big screen TV. This is 24/7 Pickleball, proudly brought to you by Selkirk. We are launching Selkirk TV, which brings the best pickleball content to your smartphone, tablet, and big screen TV. This is 24/7 Pickleball, proudly brought to you by Selkirk.
Back into the action for our second semifinal match here at the APP Sacramento Open. In our men's pro singles, we have Hayden Patriquin, aka Big H, taking on Zach Taylor, aka Zoolander. 100%, that is his nickname. I have now decreed it.
Yes.
Go forth and spread it throughout the pickleball world.
Does start with a Z, so that helps.
Exactly. I mean, it's an obvious choice considering what he does. You ran us through his resume before, Dan, but
Yep.
he lives in Los Angeles. He is a model.
Yeah.
He has been on American Idol. He is a singer. I imagine there's some acting thrown in there. I
He
mean,
does some
again,
acting.
it's
Yeah.
there's more to life than being really, really, really ridiculously good looking.
Ridiculously
and
good
it's pickleball. It's
Yeah.
pickleball.
Yeah. We have very similar backgrounds.
Yeah,
Zach and I.
absolutely.
Yep.
Yeah. People did not know.
Mine is the
Ro did he?
modeling, singing, acting.
Those runway shows were really,
Yeah.
you really strutted your stuff. I remember those during Fashion Week. I've seen VHS videos of
VHS.
those.
Beta.
We jest, but not about Zach. That's all true about him.
Yep, absolutely.
30-year-old Zach Taylor, again from Los Angeles. Hayden Patriquin, 17, out of Yucaipa, California, also in SoCal. So these two know each other very well, get to train a lot together. Adam McKenna, our USA Pickleball certified referee for this match. Patriquin, the number 2 seed. Taylor, the number 6 seed.
Yeah, good volley there from Hayden. If Hayden wins, this is going to be his first pro singles medal?
I believe it will.
I think so too. He's had obviously great runs. He's had some great wins.
Yep, I think he's hit the podium twice with Julian Arnold in men's.
Uh-huh.
Got obviously his first mixed with
Ooh.
Maggie Brasha.
Good get from Taylor. I thought he was going to go for the ATP.
I'm good, thank you.
0-2.
Yeah, it's tough. I think when you get pulled so wide, it's almost like you have to go up the line because if you go cross court, that leaves so much.
It
open
does.
space for
Sometimes
your
you go
opponent to
cross
to.
court because you can use the fact that the kitchen is there to try to create an angle that maybe they can't reach, but it's really hard. Obviously, the further wide the ball is, hard to get around it.
0-2. Point. One, two.
Yeah, great. There it is. Backhand cross court. Loves that shot. Just too short on the return there from Patriquin. Allows Taylor to move into that backhand.
And he returned it right to him.
Right. Wow. Just an easy missed, a couple of missed returns from Patriquin there. Taylor not doing that much with the serve, just kind of floated it high and deep.
3-2.
He's not really hitting the serve very hard. But, you know, if he keeps getting short returns, then it's not going to matter. He doesn't have to take that big of a risk on the serve.
And of course, I mean, Patriquin knows how important getting a deep return is in singles, so he's really trying to put a lot on those returns.
Yeah, we see that serve, just not a lot on it.
Line up.
earlier to Patrick Quinn. He, of course, is struggling a little bit with probably some fatigue as well. He's had longer days than he's used to the last 2 days, hitting the podium both days.
Stays in.
Point.
Very cute. He probably maybe commented on it, I don't know, but his mom Jennifer was in tears when Hayden and Maggie won their gold medal match. She was very emotional. Just they've been playing for a couple of years together on and off, and really cool for both of them to collect their first gold together. In fact, they met almost exactly 2 years ago. We all met kind of at the same smaller Anaheim tournament in Orange County is where we met Hayden. Yeah, good ball there from Taylor.
Couple great gets. Patrick Quinn, I don't know if you've noticed, he keeps kind of hitching that right leg after some of these rallies, almost like it's
bothering him?
Yeah, like it's stiff or something. He keeps kind of shaking it out almost at the end.
4-3.
So literally 3 of the 5 points that Taylor has are off of missed returns. Yeah, good job by Patrick Quinn. So, you know, Patrick Quinn is Taylor's serve is not particularly difficult, so clearly it's something that Patrick Quinn's got to clean up.
3-5.
In fact, you would expect more missed returns on Taylor's side, having to deal with that spin serve, but instead we've seen it from Patrick Quinn.
5-3.
Yeah, he's not doing a whole lot with it. Just
that is
wow, a third shot lob winner
from the baseline.
That is now here's the key: don't fall in love with that shot. It worked that time. Probably not going to work a lot going forward. So that's one of those you pull it out of the bag once, and probably needs to stay in there.
6-3. 1 minute.
For special occasions.
Yes, maybe one other time. Maybe one other time in this match, but it's not something you're going to keep going back to.
Yeah, Patrick Quinn with the timeout here as Taylor up by 3 here in game 1 of this second semifinal. And we've seen Patrick Quinn, you know, be down a little bit in the beginning of some matches, and he has been able to stay focused and get back in it. Chatting a little with DJ Young here.
Little update. Mr. Kai McMaken has advanced in the backdrop, beating Garrett Whitehead 15-11. So
I know Garrett. I've seen him at Next Gen. He is a really nice up-and-coming player for sure.
Is he a kid? Yeah, sounds like he's a kid.
17.
He will take on the winner of Biggie Markowitz that we saw here on center court. And do you want to attempt
Mendy Kazali.
Kazali. Yeah.
That's what we're going to go with.
Yep.
All right, Taylor with the loft serve out of this timeout. He's going to throw up another one.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Like I said, it worked. Although that wasn't off of a third, but still waiting results between Connor Garnett and Cade Nemeth. They're probably on the court right now. We will update you as we get those results. Good drop. Great couple drops from Hayden there. Again, loves that inside-out forehand. Roll dink.
4-6.
Oh, it's a beautiful forehand from Zach Taylor. Just Patrick Quinn didn't do enough with it. Didn't really get him scrambling. he didn't pull him wide, and he didn't really get it deep. So it's too many options for Taylor. Oh, almost. Oh, IPP. Right by the mic.
Four, 6. Point.
Yeah, now we see a missed return from Taylor this time.
Yeah, said Patrick Quinn's been down before. He's able
5, 6.
to stay just kind of calm, shake that off, not let it affect him, and he's right back in here, tied up at 6. Oh, excuse me.
5, 6, yeah. Oh, it's just great. Great job from Taylor mixing up his backhand. So he's been going cross court a lot. You see him go line, sets him up to go cross on the next one. Great job.
Six, 5.
Yep.
Point.
So now Taylor's going to have to do the same thing on the forehand side. The next, if Hayden goes to his forehand again, he's going to have to mix in some down the line pass attempts. As he just went cross court twice in a row.
7, 5.
I think Hayden's going to be looking for that. There goes cross court again, but he misses it. And Hayden was definitely looking for the down the line shot. You could see how much of the cross court he left open.
You talked about it a little bit earlier in another match, I think with Markowitz. But maybe not always coming up to the net. There are some moments that maybe hang back a little bit. And it seems like, Hayden is 100%, like he's getting the net to the net as fast as he can, which in singles generally is what you want to do. But he is getting, that puts him in a spot of a little bit of vulnerability with Taylor's passing shots. Is there ever kind of in singles, like you sort of mentioned earlier, where you do want to stay back a little bit and not come up to the net always?
Yeah, and I feel like that happens more when your opponent has a really big serve, or if you're dealing, for example, you're dealing with Hayden's spin serve, and you're constantly getting short returns. You may want to stay back. Oh, wow, that's just incredible. On Hayden's side, I feel like I don't think Zach is forcing anything with the serve. He's not really doing much with the serve, but he hasn't needed to. Hayden has given them some freebies by missing some returns, and then he's given them some short returns. So what I like to see Hayden is just really be more aggressive on the return.
Yeah.
I don't know that he's missed one long yet.
Sure.
I think he's missed 2 in the net, 1 wide. I want to see him hit that return, and just, if you miss it long, you miss it long, but at least apply some pressure right now.
8, 5. Point.
He did just that.
Timeout receiver. 9, 5. 1 minute.
Use his second and final timeout here. Now down 5-9 again. Not an impossible hill to climb.
Nope.
But so really, it really kind of depends then on your return. Like you have to feel out how good your return is. If it's if you get pushed off to a corner, you're obviously not going to try to rush the net after you're pulled off the court, and then if you have a short return, maybe you stay back.
Yeah.
So it's really all about you judging your own return. If it's a really good return, you should always follow it to the net.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's exactly right. And again, Taylor's not necessarily hitting big serves, so I think really it's just up to Hayden right now to decide to be aggressive in the return. He tried to do it last time, missed it long.
2 timeouts remaining in this game.
We may see him. He was trying to return middle because he's been past cross court. We may see him return middle a couple times. That's kind of middle. Yeah, see, that's what I mean. Like, it worked once. You just don't go back to that shot too much because the margin for error is so small with the lob. And that's the other thing, too, is a lot of times you stay back because you're very confident in your ability to either pass or drop and come in. Right now, Hayden is not passing super clean or dropping very clean.
The ball right in the sun.
Oh,
yeah,
no, he just got jammed.
Oh, that's tough.
Couldn't see it.
5-9.
Oh. That needed to be a backhand. Yeah. Taylor should have come up.
Oh, I mean, should have come up there too. Or at least
Here
made a
comes
move.
Hayden. Oh, and Hayden missed it. Yep. Got what he was looking for. He expected the cross-court pass. He got it. The up-the-line shot was open. He just misses it, hitting it a tad late.
Nine, 5.
Oh, just, I mean, he's made so many of those. So many of those. If I am Hayden and he goes back to that forehand, you just start moving to cross court. You force him to go up the line. He has not hit one up the line in a while. Oh, just missed.
Yeah, they just missed.
Yep. Taylor says, yeah, I try to sell it.
I mean, he's an actor.
He does, yeah, he is, man. He does that for a living. There it is again.
Oh, boy.
Oh.
That was a good. That was a great get by Patrick Quinn right there. And this one,
This
he
is
almost
a
went
gift.
down.
This is a gift to Taylor, and he just overcooks it.
Yeah, Hayden gave it right back to him.
No. I said it when he hit it the first time. That's the danger of hitting that third shot lob and it working, is that you kind of fall in love with it, think it's going to keep working, and we have some breeze now.
7-10.
He needs to stop trying that shot. Yeah, good deep serve. Oh, almost. But even on those, we've seen Zach try to go cross court every time. He has. I remember one ball of him trying to go up the line. It's been cross court, cross court, cross court. So if Hayden comes in, he's got to sit on the cross court ball, especially on the forehand side from Taylor, because he is going for that and looking for that every time.
Good timeout here from Taylor. Patrick Quinn's starting to get a little closer. He's going to want to try and get that side out. Close out this first game without letting Patrick Quinn back in. Oh, that's Spencer. Look at Spencer running our production. Show Mitch. Mitch, stand up. He's out of frame. Mitch doesn't want to be on camera, I guess. Mitch is shy, everyone.
No timeouts remaining. Zach has 1 timeout remaining in this game.
All right, Patrick Quinn with the serve. 8-10 here in game 1 of this semifinal.
8-10.
Winner will face Kyle Lewis in the winner bracket final.
And he went cross court again, and that one was going out. Yeah, went cross court again, and now this time Hayden just sat on it. He didn't even cover the line. That's normally a shot as wide as Hayden went. Normally you go sit on that sideline thinking he's going to go line, but smart by Hayden reading it, anticipating. Cross court, yep.
Point.
Yeah, everyone's got a go-to shot. And certainly for Taylor, it's very obvious he loves to go cross court with his passing shots. And so what you try to do as the opponent is you try to force them off of their favorite shot to try to dare them to hit something different, something they're not in as much of a kind of groove with as Taylor is with his cross court passes. We'll see here. He's serving, so assuming Hayden's coming in. Game point. There he goes. Goes cross.
Oh, man, I thought that was probably going long.
Yeah, told himself that was going over the fence, but.
So Connor Garnett has defeated Caden Niemoff 15-5. I think he may face the loser of this match.
That's a great drop. Yeah, it's not enough. Yeah, and I go back to that point, that long exchange when I said that Hayden gifted a ball to Zach and he missed it. Hayden was serving. It was 6-10 at that point, so it didn't seem like as big of a deal, but that was a side out to give Zach another match point opportunity at 10-6. Instead, Hayden rattled off a couple more points, put the pressure on, went to 8. Now he's all tied up. And it's just those points, those points that can make all the difference there. In pickleball, obviously, when a match is this close, there's just a couple points here and there that are literally the difference between winning and losing.
Absolutely. Coming up next, we are going to have a consolation bracket match. Cartwheeling Cowboy, Kai McMaken, takes on Big E, Elliot Markowitz, to stay alive in our back draw. That is coming up next. And then I believe we'll have our winner bracket final following that, because we're going to need one of these players to get a bit of a rest before heading to that winner bracket final to face Kyle Lewis.
Time in, 10-10.
Yeah, he went line this time. And he goes line back to back, forehand, backhand. And again, you got to change it up. You saw Hayden didn't even move. He thought Zach maybe coming back cross court with that backhand. Instead, he goes up the line.
10-10.
He goes back to it.
Wow. Ooh.
Gives his left knee.
I don't like that. I don't like when a 17-year-old is having a knee problem.
I wonder if he hyperextended it. I don't know. I know he's been having a hard time with the footing. Yeah, great job from Taylor mixing up those backhands.
Yeah, that was so necessary.
Yeah,
that really
he went
made the
line, line,
difference.
cross.
All right, game one, Zach Taylor ekes it out here over Patrick Quinn, 12-10. Will game two be as close? We'll find out right after this. back to the action here in our second semifinal match at the APP Sacramento Open on our final day of the weekend and final day of coverage here for pro singles. We just have our men playing today, no women's singles, which is why you have not seen any ladies on center court. I'm not sure if there weren't enough players that signed up or what the situation was, but either way, that is why no ladies today. Oh, that's stiff. So Zach Taylor on the near end takes on Hayden Patriquin on the far end. Very, very close game one. Was tied up at 10s, but Taylor able to come out on top, 12-10.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened with the women. There were only three entries.
All right.
Actually, really good ones. Anna Bright, Mary Brasha, and Lacey Schneeman. But I think we would have loved to see them play, but just not enough players. Oh, yeah, he's doing a great job mixing it up, going up line again. Again, Hayden sitting on that cross. And so, again, everyone's got a go-to shot, but you got to have a second shot to keep your opponent honest.
Yeah, now, I mean, Patriquin left now having to try and figure it out. You can't just sit on one.
Right, exactly.
Both players out of Southern California. Patriquin, 17 years old, very recently. Taylor, 30. Oh, that's beautiful.
Good try from Taylor. What a nice little roll there from Patriquin. See him kind of flick it. Well placed. Taylor trying to go for the cross-court short angle. Would have been a pretty amazing shot if he pulled it off, but
2-1.
Oh, yeah.
I would have liked to see him earning that, but still easy put away. But I think he should have just jumped that kitchen and hit that ball hard.
It's tough. You don't see a lot of Ernies in singles. Every once in a while, because
Sometimes.
again, the opportunity probably doesn't arise as often.
Happens a lot more in the cat and mouse, certainly, when players get in the cat and mouse. But that was a perfect example where he really should have been looking for that. Ooh, yeah, that ball's going wide anyway, even if he made that over the net. Just too much angle.
2-1.
Yeah, great job.
I mean, that was a great gift from Patriquin, but sometimes when the gets are that difficult, again, you're not going to have a good shot off your paddle as a result.
Yeah.
Because you're just trying to get a paddle on it at all.
Yeah, I mean, the reason we said Taylor was one of the players to watch coming in. Oh, yeah. Great touch.
That's beautiful.
That's a great ball by Taylor. What an incredible get.
One, two.
Just wide on that.
Yeah, I saw it clearly out. Point. I saw it out, yes. You are 2. 2-2.
Nice return. We saw some of those in game one. Early in the game, though. Not as much late in the game.
2.
Yeah, Patrick Quinn choosing not to come in. Oh, he missed. He overruns that ball. He again.
I thought he had a backhand
Well,
opportunity.
he's looking for that cross court. Watch how much he's running that way. He thinks it's going to go cross court, and he gets jammed because Taylor actually hits it in the middle. I think Hayden was expecting.
Oh, did he get it?
I think he stayed in.
I mean, Zach again, he's selling it.
Yeah, I mean, he yelled pretty early. I think his yell started right there. Yeah, it was in.
Yeah,
for sure.
Ball by the receiver.
All right, we have a timeout here from Patrick Quinn.
Point.
He's obviously a little frustrated.
Yeah.
Down 6-2 here. Again, I mean, similar positioning as, I mean, he's going to take a little nap. He literally looked like he was going to pass out for a second.
Yeah, he's pretty tired.
With good reason.
6.
Spence. Yeah, I mean, it's so tough on these really hot days on a long weekend. You have to dig so deep to find any sort of reserve of energy that you have left.
Yep.
And try and give it everything. But again, it's, you know, if you win this one, you have another one. And it's is the well deep enough that you can keep finding something that is unused?
Yep.
My kid's going to sleep well tonight.
Yeah, and certainly coming out with 3 medals in 3 events in the pro division would be pretty incredible for Hayden.
Yeah, absolutely his first time ever, you know, medaling in all 3 events.
Yeah. He needs this match to ensure that. Not that he wouldn't be able to do it if he lost this, but certainly winning just pretty much guarantees it.
Not pretty much,
Yeah,
does.
it does guarantee it. I want to make sure I was in the right round of the tournament. Oh yeah, sun, right in the sun.
Yeah, I mean, Taylor knows he's got the sun right in his face, so.
Yeah, now is a much better time to use
effective.
lobs. Yeah, yeah. I can't tell what the wind is doing. It doesn't seem like a whole lot right now,
Yeah,
so wind's not going to be a matter, an issue.
Seven.
Yeah, missing. See that ball? He's a little bit further inside towards the middle of the court, so now he can't generate the same angle that he hit the previous ball with that we saw just a couple points ago.
3-7.
Yeah, I think Hayden needs to start attacking middle as he did the last 2 points there. A lot of times, too, when players train, they're training from the wings. They're training hitting passing shots from the wings.
Gonna have a timeout here from Taylor. His last 3 rallies he's missed either into the net, wide. He's not getting the accuracy he's been getting a little bit earlier in this match. And again, I'm sure fatigue is setting in for him as well, as he's got pretty far all 3 days as well. His mixed partner, Lacey Schneeman, in the crowd cheering him on. Again, talked earlier, not a lot of strategy change much for either of these players. Simply looks like, you know, they're both He's getting a little tired, hitting the shots not as crisply as they were earlier. Just missing some opportunities.
Yep. I think it's going to be a test of nerves here for Taylor specifically. I think as you're the underdog, the perceived underdog, have a lead here, 4 points away. That's out. Because you're so close, and so it just, we'll see how he manages the nerves. I'd like to see him stay aggressive, keep doing what's been working. Oh, and that was there. It was there.
He's starting to miss now by just a couple inches.
Yep. And again, I don't know if he was nervous necessarily or not, but again, you feel like you're so close.
Yeah, that serve
good serve.
big time.
Tied up now.
7-7.
Oh, that's tough. Again, I mentioned earlier, when you get pulled all the way off the court, it's almost like he's got to think about going down the line because that's his only shot at covering the next one, but he goes right back to Patrick, who's just sitting there waiting to easily volley into the open court.
Yeah, sometimes you can overthink those. You can think because the obvious shot is up the line, you think your opponent's going to cover the line, so then you can try to go behind him, and it just doesn't work.
Patrick Quinn taking a 1-point lead here in game 2, though. Getting close to the end.
Okay, we're at 8. I like the idea. He tried to switch it, go up the line at the last second.
Oh boy. Hurry up.
Oh, he missed it.
He's gotten 2 misses out of these lobs here.
And then you do have the sun right there, right? So it's a little bit of wondering how much that affected Patrick Quinn as he's looking up at that ball. Maybe not that much.
Going for some angle.
Yep, he went for a lot. It's just too short of a serve. Oh, wow. Incredible forehand. Kind of gets away with one there. The serve just not nearly deep enough, but Patrick Quinn doesn't put any pressure with that return.
And he clearly made a move to cover the line.
Yep.
Where before he was not making that move because Taylor was going almost exclusively cross court. Taylor, I feel, has so many opportunities to take volleys out of the air that he backs up to let drop. And I feel like in singles you need to be at least trying to make the move forward, because in those opportunities you could easily, put you in a much better spot if you can volley those versus, getting on your heels. Ooh, that's nice.
That's a great lob. Wow. Smart, great shot. Moves in. Yeah, and that's just something that I think it will come with a little more experience playing high-level pro singles, I think, for Zach. I mean, certainly something I think as he goes back and watches this match, he will see those opportunities.
Yep. It's interesting. I mean, Patrick Quinn only 17 years old, but he has much more experience than Taylor.
And quickly moves in. Yeah, quickly moves in on those types of shots.
Understands how to be aggressive.
That's really good from Patrick Quinn.
So nice.
So good. First, the return is so deep. And then just a cut volley there. You see the ball just bounces twice inside of the kitchen.
Yeah.
Very hard to do. A good deep serve. Wow.
I mean, I still was like, Taylor, get it. He's got so many opportunities.
Look at that.
You still have one timeout.
And I think part of it, too, he knows that Hayden is so tough on those shots that where a lot of players, you pretty much assume you're going to get a pop-up. With Hayden, you don't know. He might roll across court. He could do so much from that position, and that's probably making Zach a little bit hesitant.
Yep.
But great job by him. He's 2 points away from his first.
Good timeout, good offensive timeout here because he's been struggling a little, putting some points on the board, and I think he understands this next serve is critical if he wants to try and get that match point on his paddle and not give Patrick Quinn the opportunity to get it himself.
Right. Yeah, and certainly after a point like that where you use up a lot of energy, you get the side out, you need time to get your breathing in control so that you don't give away a point when you have a chance to get to match point, obviously, as he does now with the serve. You want to feel as fresh as possible, given the circumstances. I know they're not going to be totally fresh, but
as much energy as you can muster up still.
Absolutely. Even 90 seconds can make a big difference there. There's momentum, but there's also managing energy.
Time in, 9-9.
Oh, did he get it?
No,
I
just
thought it was
put
close
too
to
much
hitting
air
that.
under it. And, you wonder if he was thinking about that one he left in the net earlier, right now, wanting to do the same thing. Instead, puts too much air under it. Oh, how many times have we seen it today? That's why you make your opponent hit another ball.
Absolutely.
I mean, Hayden was seemingly out of that point.
Yeah, Taylor didn't really mix it up. He just kept hitting it right back to Patrick, and I was wondering why he didn't try and move him around a little bit more.
Game point. Patrick Quinn putting pressure.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
All right, another very close second game. This time, Patrick Quinn able to hang on, forcing a game 3. So it'll be interesting, again, how these two players can manage their energy levels here in this third game, trying to get into that winner bracket final and on the podium. Game 3 coming our way right after this. APP Sacramento Open, brought to you by PowerPlate, the official recovery tool of the APP Tour. SunMed, the official CBD sponsor of the APP Tour, and Pickleball Central, the pickleball superstore catering from beginners to pros. Back into the action here for a
This is game number 3. We will
sure to be
change
close
six.
game 3 here in our
0-0.
men's pro singles semifinal match. Zach Taylor on the far end, Hayden Patriquin, ooh, on the near end, and Taylor right out of the gate. Beautiful down the line passing shot. Our players will switch ends at 6 in this third game. Winner heads to the winner bracket final to face Kyle Lewis,
1-0.
who has secured his spot there already. Both players staying back, no one making a move. Yeah, I mean, Patriquin took him several shots to make a move up to that kitchen line, but gets there and does a great job making sure
0-1.
Taylor spent a lot of energy on that. Oh,
Point.
oh, don't like that. Taylor looks like, oh yeah, he dragged his toe. He caught his toe on the way up. Saw him kind of shake out that left leg. Hopefully he doesn't
1-1.
tweak anything too much there. Oh my goodness, an ATP in singles and defended? What? Wow. I don't know if I've seen an ATP that then got defended in singles as well as that just was. But Taylor's sticking with it, gets another great angle.
One. Point.
I mean, Patriquin just stands there and watches again. Taylor's favorite shot, which is that two-handed backhand cross court. Patriquin telling himself,
2-1.
this isn't gonna cut it, you gotta pick it up.
Oh my God! No, that was Wayne.
I throw the ball in.
Oh,
It was clearly in.
Side out.
all right, so Taylor
I throw it in. Back. To there.
calls that ball out, but Patriquin and our ref overrule him.
1-2.
Can't really see from this far away.
Side out. 2. Yes, sir. 2-1. Side out.
Be interesting to see if Taylor keeps mixing up that passing shot down the line and cross court. Looks like Patriquin reading a little bit like earlier that he's going cross court a lot. Yep. There's that shot down the line. Well done. Almost into the crowd. Saw some flinching going on over there.
One. One, two.
Yeah, beautiful shot. He hasn't gone for a lot of passes, but he does that time. Does it well. Nice roll.
2-2.
Good return from Taylor. Nope. Just doesn't quite do enough with it. I think he meant to drop it, just hangs it.
I mean, we name dropped Ryan Sherry earlier, but I do appreciate that Patrick Quinn has taken a page out of his handbook for taking as long as possible to pick up the ball.
A little bit was Taylor kind of rolled the ball to that corner. I think they were both buying time.
Like, let's work together.
That's right. You push the ball to the corner, and I walk very slowly to it. That's a great shot. That's out.
Wow.
Yeah, great ball from Hayden.
Three, two. Point. Four, two.
Yeah, smart. Smart. Yeah. Hit it well. Looked like he was maybe going to roll it back to the deep corner, maybe on the forehand side. Instead, drops it.
Two, four.
Yeah, good ball.
Last few exchanges, he's been hitting his shots at Patrick Quinn a lot more than I thought he should be. That one finally tries to work some of that open court to success. Oh, that was just like a miss hit.
It was almost there.
Again, we got packed stands on both sides here. I mean, a lot of times singles day, maybe a little smaller crowd, you know.
Right.
4-4.
But I love it. Sacramento out in force here.
Point.
Do have mixed amateur today, so there's a number of people here participating in that and watching the action in between. But yeah, this is a great showing for a single Sunday.
Great effort from Taylor.
Yeah, too easy.
Might have a timeout. No, yes, no.
I don't think so.
Nope, just a towel in.
Four, five.
Oh, that's nice. Yeah, Taylor doing his best to pump himself up. We talk a lot about in singles. You don't have a partner to pump you up. You got to do it yourself. So it takes a little bit more willpower. Often a lot of singles players yelling and talking to themselves.
Right.
Out loud, simply to do that, try to fire themselves up.
I missed it. Missed it. He missed it.
Tough, it was close.
Yeah, but he missed it, yeah. I know he wanted it.
4, 5.
right. It's okay. I like him going across down the line. Just if no other, I mean, that one was not well executed because Hayden had an easy put away. But what it does is just it tells Hayden I will keep going there. So it just keeps him more honest. So you can't just cheat and run to that cross court pass. So Taylor got lucky, but good job going up the line there. Yeah, too good. Sorry. Too good from Patrick Quinn.
Again, yeah, I think Taylor, as he continues to get better and play more pro singles, will realize that he actually is expelling much more energy staying back and not coming up and being more aggressive, trying to volley shots when he has them.
Right.
Just takes a lot more to slug it out at the baseline.
Yeah, and I think for him is less about feeling tired, and that's why he doesn't move forward. But it's more just not realizing that's the best thing to do in that moment, and that'll come as he plays more and more matches, and as he watches his opponents. Even you know, as he sees Hayden crash in, he's going to realize like, yeah, that really works. I need to do it myself. The loser of this match, of course, we know the winner moves on to the winner bracket final. The loser of this match will take on Connor Garnett. As we said earlier, he did defeat Caden Nemeth, as you mentioned, so he's waiting for the loser of this match.
There's the volley.
Yeah, well done.
Works his way up.
The score is 6-5. 1 minute.
A very close score, though, but Taylor gets that 6th point, triggering the end change here in this third game. Coming up next, we will have a consolation bracket match. Kai McMaken will take on Elliot Markowitz next as we give the winner of this match a breather before we get that winner bracket final going here. And next week, I head home for a couple days, but then I'm right back into the action in Dallas, Texas for our next gen event, September 30th through October 2nd, which is next weekend. We will be live streaming that from the Chicken and Pickle in Dallas, our biggest event yet for the next gen stops. So definitely plan to tune in. Some amazing talent in some of these young players that you've never heard or seen of, that hopefully will be, again, that next generation of pickleball players coming into the pro scene in the next couple years. We have seen some of the household names played in Next Gen last year in one of our first events, and now they're dominating the pro scene. So a really good event for those younger players to get a little exposure, get a little development, get used to that live stream on center court. Some money on the line as well.
6-5.
All right, Zach Taylor on the near end to conclude this match. Gets a free point off of Patrick Quinn, sailing that return long.
Okay, again, nerves. We'll see how Taylor manages them. I would have liked him to actually go the other way with that ball. Hard to create angle when you're not. He didn't move enough to his left side to create angle on that inside out. Would have liked to see him roll that ball across court. Yeah, it's right on the line. Yeah. Yeah, I went over.
Momentum. Oh, couldn't quite get there. Legs not long enough yet.
That's where maybe in another year. In another year he makes it.
Five.
Oh,
Ooh.
Yeah, that is.
That's very close.
I mean,
it's a little close. Yeah.
I
And
mean, that-
this happened. So this happened earlier this year in a match I thought between Anna Bright and Callie Smith. Very similar situation.
Oh, tips it
Wow.
off. That top, but
And
Taylor
in
does need
that
to be
one-
careful. That, I mean,
And that one, Callie got called for interference for exactly the same thing. Yelling yes.
I think
too
Patrick
early.
Quinn had a case to be made if he wanted to appeal that. But
Certainly could have. And I think Zach, of course, thought the ball was going to go through. He didn't think Patrick Quinn was going to get a paddle on it. Still a mistake
I mean,
by him.
either way, when you're yelling as your opponent's trying to hit it one way or the other.
Certainly. And he's got himself a match point.
Yeah, and Patrick Quinn after that call, I think, a little frustrated, and then.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think the yell affected the shot, but it was still, by rule, should have been Hayden's point.
10-5.
No score.
Oh.
Wow.
I mean, that is a nice rally to win it.
That was incredible.
I mean, again, they're good friends. Taylor on the court during this. Really nice
Again,
way to finish.
Why you don't quit.
Yep,
All right,
he will have his
Zach Taylor,
very
moving
first
to
pro
your side.
singles medal as he is into the winner bracket final. We'll head to the Franklin studio to chat with him if he has the energy to do so.
He's got it. He will manage. He will rally.
All right, and then we're back with that. Kai McMaken, Elliot Markowitz, match to 15 right after this. Welcome back to the Franklin studio. Lauren McLaughlin here with Zach Taylor, who now does have his first ever pro singles medal. Not sure what color yet. Let's shout out the fam at home first, though.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you to my family. I have a bunch of them watching back home. My mom, my sister, my aunts and uncles, all my cousins. I see you and I feel all the love. Thank you.
I love it. Well, I mean, we talked about it. You know Hayden. You guys play together all the time. You know each other's games so well. You guys, that was a bit of a slugfest there.
Yep.
What are you thinking throughout that? Both of you looked a little fatigued at this point in the day.
Yep.
How do you just kind of muster by yourself out there with no partner to pump you up the energy to keep going?
I mean, it's definitely hot out here, probably another 10 degrees hotter on the court. All the audience is in the shade, but I just told myself to make balls. You know, you never know what's going to happen. And when he was on this side, I just threw up as many lobs as I can because that sun is so brutal. The moment the ball goes up, you just lose track of it.
Yeah. It looked like a little bit, I think in that second game, you caught a toe. Looked like you might have tweaked something a little bit. Hopefully nothing crazy. Yeah. But, I mean, when you're back and forth, you're doing all this, is the body holding up, or do you feel like it's in good shape to continue?
Well, it's day 3, and I've played 11 pro matches already in the first 2 days. I'm strapped up on my hamstring back here on the left leg, and I've rolled this ankle before in singles finals, so I was just lucky that I didn't completely roll it. So Hayden's got me going left and right.
I mean, you could very well face him again still today as he battles back in the back draw. But into that winner bracket final, you'll face Kyle Lewis. Any thoughts about how you're going to come up into that match with him?
I mean, we're both playing with the same paddle, so this is no advantage there. I know he has a big serve and a big forehand, so I'm probably going to try to keep it more to his backhand side.
All right. Well, we'll see you in that winner bracket final after this match, but definitely some rest is in order for you. But don't go anywhere. We're back with the Cowboy himself, Kai McMaken. He takes on Elliot Markowitz right after this.
Time to waste under the setting sun, into our wildest dream. Follow me into our wildest dreams, our wildest dreams.
back into the action here as we are working through our men's pro singles bracket here at the APP Sacramento Open. We're here at Johnson's Ranch Sports Complex in Roseville, California. Beautiful facility. Have enjoyed every moment here. Haven't got to see a ton of it because, you know, I'm here in the booth commentating all weekend. But from what I've seen, it has been fantastic. We are back here in April next year for the 2023 APP schedule, which is out now. So check out every spot we're going to be at on social media or the website. Plan to join us at hopefully more than one APP event. But the Cartwheelin' Cowboy back on court, showing off those guns in a beautiful tank top.
Let's get ready to play.
He takes on Elliot Markowitz on the far end. Markowitz, 33 out of Santa Barbara, California.
Testing.
Kai McMaken, 37 out of San Diego.
Testing.
Still don't know how he keeps that cowboy hat on his head through these matches, but it must be secured tightly.
I can't hear me.
I hear her a little bit. We have legendary referee Marcia Frezzo gracing us with her presence on court. I don't know how he got so lucky.
Testing, 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 testing. Are we good? Good? Okay. Okay, gentlemen. 15 seconds.
All right, McMaken's going to be on the near end. In the orange, Markowitz on the far
Time
end,
in.
as I mentioned.
0-0.
This is a match 2:15.
Side out.
Almost catches that on the lob. We'll switch ends at 8. Both of these players looking to stay alive here in the back draw. Hoping to get back into that bronze medal match.
Side out.
Oh, just a great spot there from Markowitz. Markowitz came up against the number 6 seed, Zach Taylor, who we just saw, was defeated by him 11-5, 11-1 in the quarterfinals and dropped down, while Kai McMaken came up against Hayden Patriquin, who we also just saw, was defeated 11-9, 11-6. McMaken defeating Garrett Whitehead in his first backdraw match, 15-11, close one, while Markowitz defeated Mendy Kazali, 17-15. Barely got through that one. Really tight matchup. So these two face off now. Winner of this will face Noah Zwiren, who we saw just a couple matches ago, who was defeated by Kyle Lewis, the number 1 seed.
Point.
Beautiful passing shot there from Markowitz. I do expect this to be a fairly close
2-1.
match in terms of the scoreboard. Yeah, again, really great spot. This time down that sideline. A little do-si-do there from the Cowboy.
3-1.
After that. I mean, everyone else seems to be just struggling here today with some fatigue and the heat, but McMaken still just rocking out some dance moves out there. Love to see it.
Four, 1.
break, get
1-4.
good angle. Little Rob Cassidy spin. I mean, that's just such a great return. We often talk about the return in singles. A lot of times comes up that line for that very specific reason. McMaken gets pulled wide, and Markowitz then has a lot more options.
4-1.
Oh, that's a nice drop volley there. Just so much finesse on that touch.
1-4. Side out. Four, 1. Point.
Again, Markowitz is doing such a great job just pulling McMaken off of his feet as he attempts to get some of these drives, which still have a lot of heat on them.
5-1.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's a great shot in singles. Don't see it too much, but Markowitz, as he's closing in, puts that shot directly at McMaken's body. A lot of times in singles, you're not expecting the body shot.
1 minute.
And we're going to have a timeout from McMaken as a result. Down 6-1 here in this match to 15. Again, we'll switch ends at 8.
Fifteen seconds. Receiver 1 timeout remaining. Server 2 timeouts remaining. Time in. 6-1.
Oh, yeah, Markowitz just staying in that baseline, just crushing these drives. McMaken just has not found an answer to them yet.
7-1.
Again, just too good. Even McMaken, when he gets a paddle on him, just can't do anything with them. So Markowitz, 8-1, triggering the end change here in this match to 15. And I have mentioned a couple of our upcoming tournaments, but Houston is a big one. First time in Houston. That's going to be a Tier 1 event, $60,000 on the line for our pros and senior pros. That is mid-October. The registration is open right now, and that is a golden ticket tournament. So if you are still looking for your golden ticket for the 2023 Nationals, which means any division, amateur or pro, that wins a gold medal at that Houston tournament will get an automatic entry into the Nationals tournament. You don't have to enter the lottery. You don't have to hope to get in. You have an automatic entry. So definitely get on pickleballtournaments.com right now and look at registering for that if it works with your schedule, traveling. If you're still looking for that golden ticket opportunity, that was a really good opportunity. It's going to be a great facility there in Houston, our first time at that venue. I will be there.
9-1.
All right, Markowitz continuing his roll here after the end change. Oh, just misses that one wide. Yeah, that's just a nice pull across court there from McMaken. Was a little inside the baseline, so he's a little closer to Markowitz. Saw it earlier in the match when we saw Markowitz play that he is a player in men's singles that does not come up to that net as quickly as some others. Does seem to be very comfortable at that baseline with those passing shots. Markowitz still has a bit of a cushion here, but McMaken cutting it into it. Certainly a good time for a possible timeout here from Markowitz as McMaken making moves here, but there is not one. Oh. Markowitz, second return long. And again, we talk so much, the serve and the return are crucial in singles.
6-9.
And Markowitz has now given up 2 free points off that return. Yeah, just a beautiful, nice backhand volley through McMaken right on that sideline. And now we have the timeout from Markowitz, who only has a 2-point lead now, even though he had a 9-1 lead after the end change. But McMaken doing a little skip-to-doo-dah as he's feeling good, coming back here, having some success. Roditi is back on the mic. He's eaten his lunch. He's got to be feeling a little better.
I am back.
What have you noticed as you've been watching here?
Well, the burger was a little undercooked, but oh, you mean about the match?
Yeah.
I got it. Yeah, I mean, I think, of course, Markowitz would want this match to be as short as possible, end the points as quickly as possible. McMaken's got to want the complete opposite. He's going to want to grind this out, make it the longer the match, the better for him. I think it benefits him. He seems to have more energy. We spoke about Markowitz's fatigue earlier, and that was before he played a couple more matches. Yep. So certainly he's not any more fresh now. Do appreciate his T-shirt with the California pickleball with the bear holding the pickleball paddle. Pretty cool.
Oh my gosh.
Great
wow,
gets
that's been the best rally maybe
from
this match.
McMaken right there. And as we saw earlier in Markowitz's match against, I think it was Taylor, just the more Taylor just kept the ball in play, we saw some mistakes from Markowitz, especially later in that match. Fatigue probably, I'm sure, playing a big part.
I mean, he got it, right?
Yeah, Markowitz, unsure if that ball went in or not. He wasn't positive.
I mean, he thought he got it, but he wasn't sure if McMaken was going to make a call.
Yeah, it's too good. Yeah, and I think, might not be a bad idea for McMaken as he... I'm not giving away secrets. Markowitz stopped to see what I would say. Yeah, I would think for McMaken, I would want to drop and bring Markowitz into the kitchen and move him around from side to side.
Did we just get an ace?
Yeah, he kind of just swung and missed. It was kind of a weird bounce on the ball. Yeah, it just kind of took a weird hop.
He was blocked by the edge of the tent for me here. McMaken with his first lead. Oh, yeah, that's nice.
What he still has is those kinds of shots, right? Just big, powerful returns and big drives. So I want to see if Kai returns and then maybe tries to drop. And misses. Yeah, that just missed.
Yeah, a little slice return there. Hooked almost in and then out due to that slice.
Just missed, yeah. A little bit. Right spot. Just a hair late on it.
Of course, these guys, both SoCal, all the SoCal players know each other from around. I'm sure they played together in rec, probably drilled together, so these guys are friends off the court. Wow.
Yeah, Markowitz, a little further north, just in that Santa Barbara area. It's kind of a beautiful area. If you haven't been to Santa Barbara, you got to visit. But it is kind of away from everything, so it's hard for those guys to really be able to come down and get some good matches with certainly McMaken all the way down in San Diego. Oh, wow. Just an incredible shot from McMaken right there. Good ball. Good ball from Markowitz. Look how wide it is. And just did not guess. Markowitz did not guess that McMaken could get to that and pull across court, but he did just that.
I mean, some of these shots of McMaken has pulled out from I don't know where, but it is just unbelievable.
Yep, great player. And he will fight. He will grind it out, as we've seen here.
I mean, this will be the end of the line for one of these players here. So definitely got to leave it all on the court. Anything they have left to give's got to be right now. Again, it's hot. It is hot out here. It's probably 100 degrees on court. Nothing but sunshine, bacon on you. It's not very humid, so at least there's that.
Yep.
But it's still, it drains you. And this is the third day in a long, hot weekend for both of these players who have played in both mixed and men's.
Sometimes when the player doesn't come in on the return, it just does something to you as a server that you have so many options. Now you're kind of frozen as to what to do, and we saw just a unforced error from McMaken. I'm not allowed to say anything anymore.
Does look like it missed. You got a couple things obstructing.
Been reprimanded by my superiors.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Oh no.
We saw the same on the opposite side, right? Markowitz keeping the ball in play in previous matches, and then I think it was Zach Taylor missed a couple overheads. And again, that's why you track down every ball, because you just don't know, especially at a match like this that's so tightly contested. Oh. Yeah.
I mean, this is just one of those matches where you just want them both to be able to win because they're just giving everything here.
10-13.
Oh. Okay. All right. I don't understand why the lob. Because if you just go short angle, if you're McMaken and you just hit that ball short angle, there's no way the Markowitz is running that ball down. But when you hit a lob,
again,
literally gives him the longest possible time to get to that ball. I think certainly McMaken got a little confused with Markowitz looking for an Ernie, which he wasn't really looking for an Ernie. He was just trying to distract them, which it worked.
And again, maybe that's one of those things where he had literally the whole court to work with because Markowitz was standing right in front of him, and you have too many options, and your brain kind of overloads, and you just.
Yeah, I mean, you just go opposite sideline, a little drop shot. I mean, he's not getting any shot other than a lob. And
we
that's
see
unfortunate.
that when sometimes a player like rolls into the kitchen and they're on the ground, instead of the player just like dinking it onto them, they go to their partner in the back, and it's like.
I definitely didn't see that ball, and I think he got overruled.
Yeah, that's in.
Yeah, and I didn't see it. I had the head sign right on my side here, so anything deep on that far sideline I can't see because the head pickleball sign covers the whole back 5 feet of that line.
We got a timeout. Ooh, 13-13.
Yeah. Okay, going back, we talked about points that can be the difference. That point right there, we talked about it earlier in Taylor's match. It ended up going his way in the end, but he did have one of those crucial points. And to me, that point right there was very crucial with McMaken going for the lob as Markowitz is literally completely off the court with both feet outside that sideline and just gave him a chance. He stayed in. He went on to win the next 2 points. That would have been a side out for McMaken, giving him the serve at, I believe, would have been 13-10 or 13-10. And now instead we're tied up at 13, and I guarantee you McMaken is very aware of that point and how that was an opportunity that went away, and you have to block it, you have to move on, but it's hard not to think about it.
Or hit it right at him. Just hit it into him.
Pretty
He's
much,
right
anything other than a lob.
Anything but what he did.
Yeah, there we go. Great shot. And I say that as someone who has hit some of the dumbest shots in pickleball. So certainly,
I mean, from the outside,
I don't
we're a little bit more objective, probably.
consider myself any better. I just I have a lot of experience on dumb shots.
Daniel
I'm a connoisseur.
expert.
I'm a connoisseur. Connoisseur. We were just in France. You got to go connoisseur.
Exactly.
Here you go. 13-all. Great shot from Markowitz. Yeah, McMaken jokingly calls it out. Was clearly not out. It was on the line, but he was just having some fun.
13-13.
Good deep return. Yeah. Set up by the return. Just put so much pressure on Markowitz with that deep return. Markowitz could not get enough power on his pass attempt and left that court open.
13-13.
Same for Markowitz. Incredible return deep to that corner. Clutch return. Lob serve.
Wow. Oh.
Caught McMaken sliding towards the middle. Markowitz goes behind him.
It was such a short return.
Yeah. It was. Well, he had that lob serve.
Yeah.
And it just kind of, sometimes you don't want to do too much with it.
And then he overdoes it. So he underdoes it and then overdoes it. Wow. Again, what a match. Hugging it out. Kai McMaken done for the day and the weekend. But what a match. What a match. These guys just really, really left it all on the court. But Elliot Markowitz stays alive to fight one more battle. We are going to have our winner bracket final coming up momentarily. Zach Taylor takes on Kyle Lewis in just a few minutes. We'll take a bit of a breather here. I'm going to go grab some lunch, and then we're back into the action. Don't go anywhere.
us head inside into our wildest dreams. Follow me into our wildest dreams, our wildest dreams. us head inside into our wildest dream. Follow me into our wildest dreams, our wildest dreams.
Welcome back, everyone. We have our winner bracket final on deck here for men's pro singles. As a reminder, there is no women's pro singles bracket going on today. We did not have enough ladies sign up to have that bracket full, so that is why you have not seen any of the ladies play today. Not because we are not showing them, but because there is no ladies today. So we have Kyle Lewis on the far end taking on Zach Taylor on the near end. Winner heads straight to gold. Loser heads to the bronze. And we did get an update that Hayden Patrick Quinn withdrew from the back draw.
Yep.
So Connor Garnett advancing. And we did see him kind of looking like that knee was giving him some issue at the end of his last match, which was really tough, and he clearly was pretty fatigued. So
yeah,
I'm not terribly surprised. I think he's okay, though.
Yeah, from what I hear, I think it was more overall fatigue.
Yeah.
Not feeling great. You know, it didn't sound like the knee was a huge issue, but probably just, you know, on top of everything else, not worth pushing it. Just missed, yeah. And knowing that, you know, he was going to face someone who was going to make him work as well, I'm sure that plays into it. He knew it wasn't going to be an easy match.
Oh, my goodness. Oh.
Oh,
wow. I thought Taylor
great.
got 3 more
yeah,
than he
great
was
get.
supposed to.
That was not the best drop shot, but great speed from Taylor. And hands to stay in that.
Yeah, and Taylor definitely mentioning in his last interview he was going to try and focus on that backhand of Lewis. As we know, he has injured that left hand, so he's a little limited in terms of a two-handed backhand drive, which Taylor loves. He's got that in spades, so we'll see if he's able to take advantage of all of that. Yeah, I mean, right to that backhand 3 in a row.
Yep. Yeah, and I think if people are not familiar with Kyle Lewis's game, you don't realize that's a huge part of his game. His two-handed backhand drive. I mean, he has a great one.
Yeah.
And so people who are not familiar with his game, they don't realize this is incredible for him to get this far already when you don't have such a big weapon at your disposal. So, you know, kudos to him.
Yeah, I mean, it really just speaks to his talent and ability all around. If you can take away, you know, one of his best shots and he's still, you know, the #1 seed. He's in the winner bracket final.
Yep.
On the podium.
Yeah, I mean, that the serve, that one he didn't really hit out on it, but that forehand, yep. Taylor corrected himself there, was going to call it out, and corrected himself and called it in. But, you know, it just says so much about how big his forehand is that I want to see Taylor come in on that, though. He's done a good job of returning to the backhand, but he's not coming in on the return.
You have
he's
to
waiting.
then take advantage of
He
it.
needs to come up because he's not putting pressure on Lewis, which is exactly what you want to do. That's out. And that's what he's afraid of probably is Lewis being able to run around and rip a forehand. But he hasn't done it from this side, from the right side, when Taylor has returned up the line.
You got to make him prove that he can do it.
Yep. And fatigue plays a part. Every time you have to run around your backhand, you have to move a lot farther. There it goes. Great job. Yeah, well played. Just well played. Very, very smart. One of the things that we spoke about, Taylor and I spoke about, is certainly you want to target the back end, but sometimes you have to pull Lewis wide to the forehand so that your next shot, you can ensure that he does not run around it. And we saw that in the previous point. Right on the line. Yeah, well played from Lewis.
And again, with Taylor not getting up to that line nearly as often as he should, definitely puts him in a little bit of a vulnerable state because Lewis does still have a lot he's working with. Sails long.
Yep. Lewis is going to have a very hard time driving up that line with that one-handed backhand. He does not. That is not how he hits his backhand, and so that's just literally having to improvise on the fly I'm sure he's had a couple weeks of taking a few shots at it, but it's just not the same. Big serve.
It was pretty clear, though, Lewis has to know now that Taylor's targeting that backhand. So he knows it now. So that's in his mind now of how he can adjust accordingly, knowing he's going to try to work that backhand.
Yeah, I mean, and you could just see there, Lewis, how uncomfortable he was trying to hit that backhand. Literally trying to figure out how do you roll a one-handed backhand. Yeah, too late. Exactly what Taylor said. He's just late on that ball. That was the right play going up that line, but too late on that.
And again, if you're going to commit so hard to targeting that backhand, you got to make your shots.
Yeah.
If you're starting to not, then
right.
You need to go somewhere else. Oh, that's nice.
That's just so good. Timeout. I mean, that's not a bad volley. It's a little short, but it's not a bad volley. And look at the angle
Yeah, he gets so much
that Lewis
topspin.
generates with that forehand roll.
And Taylor going to take a timeout here, trailing 2-8 to the number 1 seed. While Taylor is the number 6 seed. I mean, again, when you're Taylor, he wants to target the backhand, but he's had some errors missing that sideline. Does he need to kind of abandon the mentality that, ooh, I got to get it to that backhand, and just start to maybe play the game he wants to play and not try and force himself into sort of a box of this is where I need to go every time?
Well, you want to eventually get to that spot. You eventually want to get to hitting a ball to the backhand. Now, you can mix up how you get to that point, whether it's you go for it in the first shot you get, with whether it's your return, or like we said, you pull him wide. If he's returning right now from this right side, maybe he returns wide cross court, but it's got to be deep so that the next ball he's able to volley to the backhand side of Lewis. And he does that. That's the risk you run.
Yep.
Well, you got lucky right there, but that's the risk you run, is that cross-court return isn't quite deep enough to get Lewis in trouble. But well done by Taylor. Looked like Lewis was unsure if that volley stayed in or not. Doesn't want to make a bad call. I think it was on the line. I think it was on the line. Just long. See Taylor stay aggressive with the serve. That's better. Yep. Again, that's the other thing, right? You run around it, you completely take yourself out of position. That's probably a ball Lewis would typically just comfortably take with his two-hander backhand and try to rip it, but now he's forced to have to run around it. Oh, it's just so nice. We saw so many of those against Patrick Quinn. Just a beautiful roll there from Taylor. He's got some momentum. Oh my gosh.
It's just Taylor, it seemed like he did everything right. Was in a good position, and then Lewis just whips that one out of his bag, and it's...
Yeah, my mouth is wide open. That was, I mean, what a shot to hit at that point. Oh, that's going to go long, yeah. I mean, almost literally Taylor had 7 already, and then that shot from Lewis.
Yeah.
Oh,
it stays
there we go.
Oh, that was...
It gives and it takes away.
I love it that the hand of apology.
Yeah,
and then
sorry,
the
but
fist bump.
yes.
I'll take it.
Sorry to you, yes to everybody else.
Oh, no, another one.
2.
Oh, boy. Oh,
Oh, great
on.
cover.
The anticipation
Yeah,
from
and
Lewis.
just, I think Zach just needed to go, Taylor needed to go tighter to that net.
Or right at the body if he had the
Yeah, I
if he
just
had
think
the
if he
shot.
just goes
Yeah.
tighter to that net, it doesn't give Lewis the option of taking it out of the air because he's going to be
no.
in the kitchen, and it's just much more difficult. Almost identical to the point just a few minutes ago when he, same exact setup, he made the volley for the winner. This time leaves it on the tape.
We're going to have a game point,
Game point.
here. Kyle Lewis.
All right. Taylor with another chance in this game 1.
It looked like it was going
It
to
was out.
catch.
It was out.
And then it just kind of veered right at the last second.
I am not allowed to say.
Diane Anderson is our USA Pickleball Certified referee for this winter bracket final. Did Lewis call this timeout?
You know what? I'm not sure.
I was too focused.
I think so. Because Zach just won that point.
Yep.
Yeah, that's a little bit of the, normally maybe that he goes cross court with that ball, but he's trying, like you said, trying to really go back to that backhand. Kind of forced it.
Wow. Great serve, and the serve return long will give Lewis game 1 here, 11-7. We will take a short break. Back into the action here in our winter bracket final, game 2. See if Taylor can force a game 3. We'll be back right after this. The APP Sacramento Open, brought to you by Pickleball Central, your pickleball superstore, catering from beginners to pros.
Welcome back, everyone, to Game 2 here in our men's pro singles winner bracket final. We have two men who are going to be hitting the podium. Kyle Lewis on the near end got himself his first pro singles medal in SoCal this summer, snagging a bronze medal. Zach Taylor will be getting his first ever pro singles medal. And it looks like Taylor a little upset about the crowd that maybe was talking or making some noise amongst themselves while he was serving. Way to hold it to the last minute there. Oh, yeah. Sails it a little long, but oh, he was there. Thought he had a good shot at it.
Yeah, I mean, for those who think that you can't turn the serve into a weapon without a spin serve, just watch Kyle Lewis. I mean, he is just getting short returns. That one he didn't hit as hard, so he didn't get a short return, obviously.
I mean, that return
He just
was
swings so hard
savage.
at the ball. We had a perfect vantage point for that forehand. We're literally right behind him as he's hitting that ball. And he does the same on the serve. He just swings so hard and he gets that short return. Smart. What a great shot. Sliding in for the lob right there. Look, he's sliding in over that backhand shoulder. That's key. Lewis just can't get to it.
Yeah, that's a successful lob in singles right there.
There's that cross-court backhand pass that Taylor loves so much. We saw him use it against Patrick Quinn on a number of occasions. Yep, again, he's got to run around that backhand. Maybe instead he would have hit a cross-court drive and come in behind it.
He's like, I know. Oh,
no, I meant to say that if he could hit his backhand, he would have hit a cross-court backhand drive and come in behind it.
it didn't look long from here, but so Taylor definitely having a little bit more success here in the second game. Mixed up things a little bit.
Yeah, and I think as we said in other matches, the longer this goes, I feel like it benefits Taylor.
Yeah, that's just a error right there from Taylor.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a game of chicken there, exchanging ground strokes. Who was going to come up first? Taylor chooses to do it, but just misses.
Oh, almost misses that middle line. Oh, boy. Yeah, see, oh, I wanted that in the air.
That's a ball that should have been in the air. I mean, a great get from Lewis, but that's a ball that I think Taylor will learn from today, certainly. There's been a few examples that he can go back and watch.
I mean, I have to think, Dan, if you're in singles and you're running backwards to get a ball or backing up to get it, that's a ball you could have taken out of the air had you been moving forward.
I mean, it depends. Sure.
Yeah.
I think it depends where you are on the court, but yes, I
Exactly.
think
Not
you're
if you're,
right.
like,
Like if
running
you're,
it
if you're
down
having to, if you're having to kind of move back.
But if it's sort of towards you and you're moving back instead of forward into it.
Yep, absolutely. Great shot there from Lewis. Taylor had him pinned to that corner on the left side, and I couldn't see. I think he ran around it and hit another forehand. It was hard because the corner of our tent blocks that left corner from our view.
It's our blind spot.
Our blind spot. Yeah.
Yeah, Taylor, he's doing a good job hitting these drives very cleanly. We saw him a little bit earlier. He was a little low on some of his drives into the net quite a few times, but it seems like executing a little bit better. There's the timeout I was wondering that might be coming.
Yep.
From Lewis. I mean, if Taylor has made these adjustments, what does Lewis now need to do based on what Taylor has changed to counteract the success he's having here in game 2?
Well, I think when they're exchanging ground strokes, it seems like Lewis is just more comfortable maybe staying back and relying on his ability to pass, and so he's just maybe letting Taylor. But I'd like to see Lewis apply some pressure. I mean, sure, Taylor is passing well, but you can still apply that pressure and force him, into trying to hit a really good shot versus just trading ground strokes, especially if by trading ground strokes you can allow Taylor to open up the court to really come after your backhand. So let's see what Lewis does, see if he comes in on this return. But I think he has opportunities to come in even when he's serving, because Taylor is not coming in usually on his return on the first ball. He stays back. A little bit of a late call, but I couldn't see it. No overrule. And we have a terrible angle anyway. We're right behind that baseline, so. Yeah, great return from Taylor, recognizing that it's deep. He hasn't been coming in on the first usually. He's hitting the first one back, letting Lewis hit that one, and then he's coming in. That time he chose to come in. Great call. Very deep return. Lewis comes in. Oh. I have to tell you that yell does kind of sell you to think that it's going to be in. It's very close.
I definitely think it could have caught.
No, I think so too, but it does make it harder on you to call it out.
100%, yeah. And again, he's got to be careful with that, because there is going to be a player that's going to get a hindrance call on him.
Great pickup from Taylor, similar to the pickup that Lewis had in the previous game, but Lewis just went cross-court. That time Taylor picks it up and just pushes it up the line. Come in. Oh. Yeah, I felt he should have come in on that backhand down the line shot that he hit. He chose not to. I mean, Lewis hit a really good roll cross court, but yeah, he should have come in on that. Yeah, yeah, he should have been in the first one. I mean, he hit a perfect return that Lewis had to hit with a backhand. Taylor should have been up the kitchen, but he recognized that, and on the next ball he went in, had an easy put away.
Great serve. Lewis acknowledging that.
Yeah.
I literally was like, I can't see it. It's my blind
we
spot.
weren't sure. It must have been close because Lewis was unsure.
All right, game 3 coming our way here as Taylor able to turn things around, have a little bit more success. We'll see who's headed to gold and who's headed to bronze right after this. Welcome back to Game 3 and the conclusion of our Men's Pro Singles Winner Bracket Final. Almost into our medal matches to conclude our weekend here at the APP Sacramento Open. Lauren McLaughlin and Daniel Roditi here courtside, as we have been all weekend. Had some really great pickleball all weekend, some breakout performances, some first-time pro medalists, which is always exciting, some upsets. And we have Kyle Lewis on the far end taking on Zach Taylor on the near end. This is game 3, so they will switch ends at 6. Looks like in the back draw, Elliot Markowitz is taking on Noah Zwiren right now. The winner of that gets Connor Garnett in what will be the final feeder match into bronze. Good chance we could get that matchup next before we get into our medal rounds.
It's in the lawn seats.
Yep. I was going to say the cheap seats, but no one had to pay.
You know, I was going to say that, but
they're all cheap seats.
Great value seats. Is what they are.
Absolutely. Most bang for your buck. Nice
great angle. Yeah, great job from Taylor.
Oh my goodness.
Wrap it.
Why did oh geez, I was like, why is Lewis hitting that? I can't believe this even stayed in, but it was well in.
He's definitely trying to wrap it, but yeah, I think Lewis was expecting the ATPs to be low, obviously, and to that corner.
Yeah,
he got surprised.
It was too Adam.
Yeah, had to swat it away like a bee. So.
Yeah, Lewis just working him
And
coast to coast.
And he's got obviously the top spin, but it's got also this side spin. The ball's bouncing and spinning out to the right even more. That's a good spot from Taylor. He should have moved in on that one too.
Ooh.
Yeah, should have moved
some
in.
nice hands from Lewis. Oh boy. There's that kind of slice serve from Lewis.
Yeah, hasn't been very effective.
Yeah.
To me, I don't know, maybe a high loopy one.
Yeah, because that slice just doesn't get very deep.
Yeah, and it just sort of sits there. It doesn't. People who are counter punchers, sometimes that big loopy one can be effective because it's hard to kind of drive into it.
Well, a lot of times they talk about how that lob serve, whoever's returning, they have to generate all the power now because they don't have the power of the serve to kind
of it. Yep.
reflect back.
Well done from Taylor to open up the court.
Just try to do a little too much with it, I think. From a very low spot. It was a nice drop there from Taylor. So tough because Taylor's on the move. He's, you know,
pretty
sliding
similar
into
to that
slits.
lob that he hit going the other way over his left shoulder, but this time sails it along. Yeah, he can't. Yeah.
Again, the yell's coming very early.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well before that ball is landing. I mean, a lot of players say they can feel off their paddle if it feels good or not. But
certainly. But you could be off by 2 inches. And
absolutely.
that's the
Exactly.
difference. That's the difference of it being a winner and out.
low scoring third game here so far. Taylor does seem to find himself in a little bit of trouble when he doesn't come in and then Lewis does. If Lewis is able to get up there to that line and Taylor is back, unless he's hitting really, really precise passing shots, it's kind of put him in a bit of a tough spot.
Yeah, I mean, mentioned it earlier, right, that was what I thought Lewis needed to just be more aggressive, just apply more pressure. And he's certainly doing that, and what he has going for him, too, is that he can do it off of his serve if Taylor doesn't come in, but he does that time. Oh, almost was out. See, Lewis should have come in there. Or there. I mean, Lewis is fortunate to come out on top. I felt like he had several opportunities where he should have come in because I don't think Taylor was doing much with those shots. I mean, he was doing his best, but Lewis had him scrambling. But comes out on top, so it works out for him.
Yeah, 1 point away from an end change if he gets that 6th point.
Yeah, it's a big serve.
That's tough. And again, it really seems, I mean, as we go into this end change, it doesn't seem like either player is necessarily making any sort of obvious, egregious errors, forced or unforced. And it's almost like both of them, they're just missing opportunities.
Yeah.
So it's maybe equates to the same thing ultimately, but both players, I think, missing, you know, some opportunities that you've mentioned a lot to come forward, kind of be in control of these rallies, put a little more pressure on their opponent, and just some wasted moments, perhaps.
Yeah, and I would attribute, I think, maybe on Lewis' side, my guess, obviously I'm guessing, I don't know for sure, but I would guess on his side is more the fatigue side, whereas on Taylor's side, it's just the inexperience. I mean, Lewis has definitely played a lot more at this level than Taylor, and so I think for Taylor, the sort of lack of confidence of what to do at certain moments is just that lack of experience.
Lewis forgot how to count for a second. I mean,
That's
two in a row. Yeah. One before the end change, one after.
And the one before was off of a pretty big serve, so it's a little more understandable. This one was kind of a freebie. And sometimes what happens is when someone has a big serve like Kyle does, and he throws in one that is just kind of standard and normal, you almost don't know what to do with it as a returner, and it can affect you sometimes in that way too.
So the people at home have been wanting it, and you're going to get it. Connor Garnett will take center court next against Elliot Markowitz. So we'll see if the kids got what it takes to hit the podium. That'll be the final feeder match into bronze, so the winner of that will take on the loser of this. And we will finish out our men's pro singles bracket here on center court. So
wow,
all of our matches.
Good for Markowitz. What was the score against Zwiren?
Let me check.
He's got to be exhausted.
I know, right? 15-13.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, he's got to be dead. And Noah just made him run and work for every point.
Yeah, that is, I mean, well done to.
Because Noah can move.
Pull
so
that
yeah,
out.
Yeah, great job by Markowitz to get so deep into this bracket. Final four.
I mentioned it a little bit earlier, but our 2023 APP full schedule is out. Living and breathing in the world. Go to our social media platforms, Instagram, Facebook. I don't think we're on Twitter. We might be, maybe, minimally, or on our website. Check out all those stops all over the country next year. Some really great opportunities, nice venues. Come join us next year. Oh boy, 2 in a row. I mean, what a job by Lewis staying in this.
Sun's definitely a factor. That's, Zach's had a few of those go the other way today. I mean, he's obviously done well. Obviously, that's why he's in the in this round here, trying to get to the gold. But he's had a lot of those long exchanges where he had seemingly an easy put away and then ended up losing. So that's good for him there to finish that one off. Oh, that was weird. Lewis thought his return was out.
But then Taylor plays
it. His ball is definitely out for sure. There's no way we can see the other one, but Lewis certainly thought.
I thought it was missing.
serve. Yeah,
Oh,
just
yeah, that's
so
nice.
good. So good from Taylor, working all corners. Goes cross, then line, then cross. Lewis had to kind of guess as to where Taylor was going to go. Oh, wow. He didn't hit it totally clean,
Yeah.
but Lewis was leaning left, looking at moving to the left. And it was a slight mishit, seemed like. And
Yeah, it sounded a bit off his paddle.
Yep.
Bit of a thunking sound.
Thank you very much.
Oh, and then he follows it up with that, and he's
Yeah.
smiling to himself.
He didn't use it. He didn't use it. Oh, that was wide.
Oh my gosh, again, just Taylor tracking those
Yeah.
down. I mean, again, we've said it so many times, make your opponent hit one more shot.
He pulls it just too far. Notice Lewis knew for sure Taylor was coming right back to that backhand corner. That's why he didn't even bother moving to the forehand side. Gosh, another deep serve. Stays in. Taylor should have been at the net. Yeah, he should have been at the net with the first one.
Again, missed opportunities. Works out, but
Yeah.
we have a timeout, I believe, from Zach Taylor. As, again, these last couple rallies have been a lot of energy expelled from both these players, so definitely Taylor just looking to catch his breath here before he comes back in with the serve, looking to tie it up. Got Derek Shearer and Lacey Steeman there, front row, cheering him on. As I mentioned, we have our final feeder match into bronze on deck, and then we will conclude our day with the bronze and gold medals here in Sacramento for our men's pro singles bracket. Final day of coverage. And next week we're in Dallas, Texas for our next gen tournament, which will be live streamed as well.
Yeah, that one was.
That was well out.
That was about 6 inches out.
I appreciate the effort, though.
Yep. Yeah, well played volley. That was not an easy volley to hit. Lewis did a good job of keeping that drive low, even though it was right at Taylor. Still not an easy volley, but well done by Taylor. Hit it open court. Oh, yeah, we've seen him hit several of those. That one, he kind of swung his left leg around, almost trying to muscle the ball there.
Oh, there's trash about to blow on the court.
Good shot from Lewis, just keeping it low. seen him miss a couple of those volleys today. One against Patrick Quinn, I think.
9-7.
Yeah, good pressure, good pressure.
Of course, both these guys want to avoid having to play an extra match to get into gold, so they know what's on the line here, a bit of a break.
Yep.
If they can come out on top and straight into the gold medal match.
Yeah, and then, of course, coming with that added advantage of
the tiebreaker in your back
having
pocket.
that loss, yeah. Safety net. Here it comes.
Oh,
that was
boy.
going to be a tough ball.
That was going to be very tough.
Yeah, and we see that now Lewis is just trying to roll that backhand one-handed, doing his best.
See,
he just missed it.
I thought he could have taken that out of the air, but he was kind of on his heels.
Yeah.
I thought Lewis had a really good volley opportunity to just put that away. Lets it drop instead.
Wow, what a match. 9-9.
I mean,
I know
one was pretty close, two not as close, but I did think this was going to be a bit of a barn burner here in this third game.
Yeah. I know one person who's really happy to see this going on and on and on. Mr. Big E Markowitz.
Yep, he'll take every extra minute this
I want
wants
this to go
30
to 28 in game 3.
I do think in singles the longest game I saw was between Jocelyn de Villiers and Zane Navertil in 2020. I want to say in India. No, where was it? I forget where it was, but it was like 21-19.
Chicago? No.
They were like both cramping. It was crazy. Oh, again. Oh my gosh, I thought Lewis had that.
Match point.
Wow. Oh, if that had been the winner, oh, that would have been tough.
Yeah, it's just he didn't know what to do with Lewis not coming in, and he had all these options, and you could just see him overthinking it. It's tough.
Ooh, and that's going to tie us up.
Huge serve.
That looked long. I thought I saw some green.
Huge serve. Yeah, there's no way. Well, it's not match point, though. 10-10.
Let's go.
All right, getting some comments from the crowd here.
Oh.
Someone said, "Ball, don't lie." Probably want to keep that to yourself, buddy. The ball's out. Match point.
Match point the other way now on Lewis's paddle. I mean, again, both these guys.
If I have a timeout, I take it.
I don't think he has one. He might.
Oh, wow.
I mean,
Great
that's
shot. Incredible.
the kind of shot to went on. What a match between these two. Absolutely fantastic on both sides. I mean,
Wow.
they truly did give it everything they had here. But Lewis just a touch better,
Yeah.
able to sneak out the win here, 12-10. He heads to the gold medal match, while Zach Taylor heads to bronze. He's still in the running for that gold, so we'll see how he does. But that
Final feeder match coming up next after I head to the Franklin studio to talk to Lewis on the way to gold, and we're back into the action right after this. Welcome back to the Franklin studio. Lauren McLaughlin here with Kyle Lewis as he is heading to gold. Just right out of the gate, how are you feeling after that?
I'm all right.
I feel like I'm just tired watching you guys, knowing how hot it is, just grinding out, going to 3. I mean, let's start with, it's kind of known now that you're a little limited on that backhand side. He seemed to be targeting that backhand side a lot. You knew that was going to come. Yeah. What is your thought process then to counter that you're going to get targeted on that side?
Starting to roll it a little bit better and hitting over it, but for the most part, I just got to stick to running around it and drop it when I have to.
So, again, you have to have in your mind that if you win this winter bracket final, you have a break, you're into gold, and you have that sort of safety net of the tiebreaker. How much are you thinking about that as you're just kind of grinding through this match, knowing you want to avoid that bronze medal match, if at all possible?
Not at all. One at a time. 1 point at a time.
You'd be the first. You'd be the first, Kyle. But I believe you. I believe you entirely. So you're headed to gold. Don't know who you're going to face yet. It could very well be Zach again.
Right.
What's going to be your strategy for yourself going into gold that you want to execute to come out on top?
I just need to stay energized somehow. I don't know. I think I got to go get some food in me, and if I have a lot of footwork, I think I can do well against him, but he's a tough player. He's a great player. He's unbelievable.
All right, well, congratulations. You left it all on the court. We saw that, so we'll see you in that gold medal match in just a few. But don't go anywhere. As we mentioned, Elliot Markowitz takes on Connor Garnett for a chance into bronze. Don't leave yet. We'll be back into the action right after this.
like a setting sun into our wildest dream. Follow me into our wildest dreams, our wildest dreams.
All right, welcome back, everyone. The one player we have not seen yet today and the people have wanted to see is Connor Garnett. So he is now on court as he has been fighting in the backdraw all day.
Yep.
After getting defeated fairly early on in the day.
Yep, first round, he had the kind of unlucky draw of having to play Hayden. They went 3 games, Hayden coming out on top in that third game, but certainly that was unfortunate for him, but here he is, just one win away from medals, so he has obviously handled the disappointment of that first loss really well.
Yeah, no, it's definitely been someone to watch, should be a name now on everyone's radar, but Elliot Markowitz has also been grinding here today, had some really big wins, and still in it here for the final feeder match into bronze. But it'll be interesting to see. I kind of expect, we've seen a lot of players very obviously fatigued. You know, finally it's catching up to them. The heat of the weekend, the long days of the weekend, especially if they've made it pretty far, like most of the players we've seen have. Markowitz, we saw earlier, pretty fatigued in the last match that we saw him in. So it'll be interesting to see if Connor, we've seen him with like boundless energy the first 2 days of this weekend. So it'll be interesting to see if he is showing any signs of fatigue. I kind of think he's not.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see any signs of fatigue from Connor. He is, well, I should say he's got a ton of energy. The thing that he has that we have talked about from training in singles is that fitness side. Even though he's got a high energy guy, he hasn't been playing tennis the last couple of years. So he feels it. He feels it, but certainly if I had to guess as to who was going to be having to deal with more fatigue, I would guess is Mr. Elliot Markowitz. Since he showed fatigue earlier already in a couple matches.
Yeah, I mean, that's just so nice from Garnett.
Yeah.
And having only been playing pickleball 5 or 6 months, it's amazing these days, the tennis players that transition over, especially if they're young and they're pretty fresh out of college, off maybe their tennis career, maybe junior tennis, the time period for them to get up to the level that makes them competitive with the second-tier pros, bordering on first-tier pros, it is so much shorter than it used to be. Wow. I mean, they are just, seems like they just are up there and they're, you know, in a handful of tournaments, which is wild.
Well, I think what we're seeing now is as new players come into the sport, more of them have more opportunities to keep developing their skills very quickly, right? Because there's just more places to play. There's tournaments all throughout the country now. And so there's just more opportunities for those players to quickly improve their game. Ooh, almost like he was going to let it go.
Yeah, and you know, we've mentioned it several times this weekend, and I know some people have been asking the difference between one of our Tier 1 tournaments versus Tier 2, and I'll explain that in just a moment.
Oh, that ball's going out, yeah.
Yeah,
it's just hard to know that when you're right there,
Yeah, so our Tier 1 events, it is a difference in prize money. So Tier 1 is $50,000 or above. We've certainly had much more than that at some tournaments. So a Tier 2 is going to be 50 or below. Generally, a bit of a smaller draw in a Tier 2 tournament and specifically designed a little wide so that those really top-tier pros are not there. It's really designed to kind of give an opportunity to all of the players that we've seen this weekend that, you know, if all the top players are there, they're not going to hit a podium. It's just not going to happen. So this is a chance for them to get more exposure, more time on center court, get used to a live stream, a little more tournament experience at the pro level in a way that's not super top heavy, so that we're able to see new faces. We've seen so many new faces that people at home have never heard of, which I love. There's been first-time medalists here this weekend, first-time pro medalists, you know, first-time gold medalists in pro, which that just doesn't happen in a Tier 1 because you're going to have all the top names there. So that's specifically what these were designed to do. Next year, we will not have Tier 2 tournaments, so it will all just be Tier 1 as we've cut back on the number of tournaments and upped the money. But I think this year it has been really successful in some of our Tier 2 stops to be able to highlight some of those new players.
Thought they might have missed.
Oh, boy.
Oh.
I mean,
that was going to be a winner no matter what, but fortunate for Garnett. Stays in after hitting the net.
And we mentioned earlier in the weekend, Garnett first ever pro tournament this weekend.
Yep.
And he already medaled one time. Medaling twice in your first time out in pro. Not a bad weekend.
Yeah.
But he does have to defeat Markowitz here first.
Yeah, I feel Garnett is playing a little bit tentative. I don't sense the same level of aggression, and stays in. Yeah, it's a great shot. Just the confidence that I think I'd like to see more of, but still early in this game, anything can happen. Good return, yeah, pulls him way wide. So much angle. It's one of the things that he does well. He hides those hands behind him so well that it's hard to know really what he's trying to do with that backhand. Yeah, it was there. Markowitz had it.
Oh, yeah, misses it. All right, and this is just a match to 15. So we've gotten to 8, so we will switch ends. Connor Garnett heads to the far end to conclude this match. Elliot Markowitz on the near end. Markowitz, the number 3 seed here today. About 20 men in this draw here today. Garnett, the 15 seed, makes sense. He doesn't have pro tournaments really to draw from for his seed. But again, that's Tier 2. I mean, that's what happens. There's a 15 seed well within the possibility of medaling here. Which is unexpected.
Right.
But again, you have these brand new talents that come in and just, hello, pickleball world, here I am, know my name, and look for me in the future. So there's been a couple of those recently, and Connor is now one of them without question. I mean, he got silver yesterday in men's doubles. He was in the gold medal match against DJ Young and Mario Barrientos with his partner Derek Shearer. I mean, a huge day for them.
Yeah, Markowitz trying to fight here. He knows he's so close to that podium. Love the fight that I'm seeing from him here. We know he's been a long day.
Oh my gosh, and he got it back and kept it in.
Oh.
No. After all that
Great
work.
guts. Great guts.
I mean, so well done on both sides.
He almost missed it.
Okay, I was like, that was way too close for comfort. He
I
was.
think his heart stopped there for a second. Yeah, I was about to say he is.
He is gassed.
He's hurting. Yeah. And once you get to when you're that tired, and once you get to the kitchen and you start those quick side to side little exchanges, they're just brutal.
And again, I mean, this is when cramping starts to come into play as well on really hot weekends when you are just sweating so much. It's almost impossible to stay on top of being hydrated and keeping those electrolytes up. I mean, you got to start well in advance of the tournament and then just keep on it like it is your job to stay hydrated. So, I mean, yeah, this is a tough spot. I mean, he definitely looks like it's not just fatigue. It's starting to be that the body kind of is breaking down a little. It's starting to tell you we've had enough now. We're going to stop, whether or not you want to. Oof, I mean,
a great shot. Great shot from Markowitz.
Shots like that, he doesn't need to do anything.
Beautiful forehand.
I know. I just have to tell him. Back your foot.
Oh, Connor had a foot fault.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter, though.
He missed it, yep. He was just asking with which foot so he could make an adjustment if needed. Almost. Gosh, that was a beautiful rip. Just missing wide.
Almost hooked it in.
Yeah, good ball from Markowitz, even with Garnett's speed. Not quite able to get there in time. Nice punch. That's a nice punch. Two-handed backhand. You see that punch, he doesn't bring the paddle across his body. It's just kind of a straightforward punch. Well done for Markowitz. Yeah. More effective on most other players. Garnett loves to actually take that ball out of the air with his backhand and hook it down. Great volley.
Got it.
Stays in, yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Stays
Markowitz
on that sideline. He was
for
just
sure it was going
hoping
out.
it was going out, and he wasn't in position to hit it if it did stay in. So he was in a very vulnerable spot, just begging that ball to go long, and it doesn't.
Oh,
was going to be wide, but he knew if he took it, it was going to be easy. Yeah, just a little late on that ball. That return was a little deeper than he anticipated. It was just late. Yeah, tough deep serve from Garnett. We talked about this earlier. Like to see him be more aggressive with his serve, especially with the kind of ground strokes he has that he can use on his third. As he gets more and more confident with that serve and starts swinging out a little more, maybe like Lewis, for example.
Yep.
That'll prove to be.
Oh, he got that. What? We literally jumped out of our seat.
Wow.
How did that happen?
Yeah, that was few people are getting to that ball, let alone he wraps it, puts it on the line. Let's see, that's going out, yeah.
All right, timeout here from Garnett. Again, I think this is simply, he is. I mean, for him, you can tell he's tired. It's getting to him a little bit. He still has, probably more energy than we've maybe seen some of the other players with, but definitely, this is a timeout of, I need a break.
Right.
I need a rest.
Yep.
I'm just going to
Yep.
grab a drink here.
Yeah, and not let Markowitz, snowball this into 3 or 4 points, which he could very easily do. Oh, yeah. Great backhand pass from Garnett. We've stated how dangerous it is, and that return from Mark was just too short. Again, short. Ooh, he had it. It was there. It was there. Oh.
Wow. So it is Connor Garnett who has battled all the way back through the back draw after a first round loss to secure his place in the medal rounds and on the podium for the second time this weekend. But hats tipped to Elliot Markowitz. What a day for him. Really, really good effort. He will take fourth here. And a little walking around money for fourth, so well done to him. A big congrats. But it's going to be Connor Garnett. And my mind just blanked on who he's playing in the bronze.
Oh, he's going to be playing Zach Taylor.
Thank you. Okay, because Kyle Lewis is in gold. I literally was like,
Yes.
it's Zach, right?
Yeah, Mr. Zach Taylor.
Oof,
Yeah,
it's been a long
locals,
weekend. So
SoCal locals.
we'll take a break. That bronze medal match is coming up right now, which means we'll have a little bit of a break, of course, to give Connor a rest here before we get into that bronze medal match. So stay with us. Don't go anywhere. A few more minutes of commercials than I know you guys like, but that's what helps us run these tournaments. So sit tight, grab a drink, grab some food, and meet us back here in about 10-ish minutes for our bronze medal match here. You're not going to want to miss it. Welcome back, everyone. After a bit of a longer break, but thank you for sticking with us. It is well worth the wait. We are into our medal matches here. 2 matches remain for this weekend here in Sacramento. And we have Zach Taylor taking on Connor Garnett here momentarily. But first up, we're going to have our SunMed recovery point of the day, and it just happened. If you've been watching, it should be fresh in your minds. It is Connor Garnett versus Elliot Markowitz in the match we just saw here. Markowitz doing a great job getting up to that net, moving Garnett around. Big angle there, and Garnett, ATP, hits the net from that back corner and then goes on to finish. I think Markowitz just doesn't even know what happened. One of the longest, farthest away ATPs we've ever seen, and it is our SunMed recovery point of the day. Coming up here, Zach Taylor told me as he came into this match, put me into the meat grinder because I am ready to be done. Let's see if he can grind indeed here in this bronze medal match, because both these players are going to be digging very deep here in Sacramento to try and get into that gold medal match. You know both these players so well from SoCal.
Yep.
What are we going to be expecting here as these two face off?
A lot of speed. Just a lot of balls that no one should get, that probably both of them are going to get. We are going to see some of the best two-handed backhands coming from both sides of the net. Both have great backhand passes, cross-court, up the line. It's going to be fun.
I think, again, it's really going to come down to who can, dig deep into any energy that maybe either of them have left. Of course, Garnett coming pretty fresh off that last match with Markowitz, while Taylor has had a minute to rest a little bit, so we'll see if that helps him. Oh, yeah, that's what we've been talking about with him all day.
He recognized the opportunity and took it out of the air. Well done by him.
Diane Anderson, our USA Pickleball Certified referee for this bronze medal match.
Connor Garnett actually had a chance to go up to Idaho a few weeks ago and train with Mr. McGuffin for a couple days. Yeah. Great shot there up the line from Garnett. Not a bad return from Taylor. It's just was able to push that ball up the sideline. I know one of the things that Garnett is trying to do a little bit more of today in these later matches is going for a little bit more on his serve, trying to be a little more aggressive. That was a good deep serve. And so he's not hitting it with a ton of pace, but he is trying to push that ball deep. Ooh. Right on that cord. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Garnett, we've seen him in our introduction to him this weekend, not only in mixed on Friday, but men's yesterday. He just, the shot's already there. He's played very high-level college tennis, and so I mean, you can see it. You can see it in the way he's already playing and his shots that he's hitting, his mechanics. And a deadly, as we've mentioned many times, two-handed backhand. But that's just one of his many weapons.
Yeah, he just misses with that one, but that was had a good chance of getting through. Yeah, so if you notice, Taylor serves not so much from the middle of the court. He's definitely cheats over to the right side. That, of course, leaves the backhand corner even more open. That's when most opponents want to return. Yeah, well done.
He just got too under that.
Let's watch where he stands on the court.
A little interesting. Most of the time in singles, you do see the player kind of right almost on that middle line.
Yeah, especially serving from the right side because, you know, they want to cover their backhands. Yep. He, of course, loves his backhand. He doesn't mind people going there. But you still want to be a little closer so that even with that good backhand, you can step into it a little bit more. That's a great return.
Oh, boy.
He's going to get it.
Recovery, yep. Oh, great job,
yep.
Doubling up. That is Garnett with the lead here in game 1 of this bronze medal match, even coming off of that previous match.
Just long with that return. Taylor on the board.
Oh, that is gorgeous.
Great shot from Taylor.
I mean, Garnett's there. He just thinks he's going to miss it.
Yeah, I mean, this is just a really tough ball. He just flicks it. Beautiful shot. Would have liked to see him come in.
Oh my gosh.
I'd say that's a good slice.
That was devastating.
That was that's a decent slice right there. It's just.
Oof, that was a thing of beauty.
Oh, good return. Reset it. Nope. Trying to reset it, but just way overhits it.
But he cut into that lead a little bit. Oh, that's tough.
We've seen a few of those from Taylor, and that can be what happens to him a little bit, some just mental mistakes.
That was too good. Yeah, he waited so long. And then he got the two-handed backhand on that ATP.
He's
not
literally
only one
standing
hand.
at the barriers when he hits this ball. Look at that.
Oh.
Fixing the net. It's going to be out. Yeah, it's another missed return.
And I mean, we know we've talked to Zach. He's very tired. He's feeling it.
That's a great shot. Just out.
Yeah, just misses it.
Just out. Well played from both of them. I mean, hits the corner twice, and once helped by the net there. Just not anything that Garnett can do. That was just too good from Taylor.
Got it. I mean,
certainly sold it.
We talked about Garnett's two-handed backhand, but Taylor
Yep.
rivals that for sure.
Yep.
Go down that line or cross court. Definitely mixing it up a little bit more than we saw earlier.
Yeah, that's right in the sun. You can tell.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's such an easy shot for him. That cross court roll with that two-handed backhand that puts so much spin on the ball. No chance. You can get it.
Timeout receiver. 5-8. 1 minute.
All right, we have a timeout here from Taylor. As he's within 3. That's very close, especially in singles. Can happen very fast that gap can be closed or eliminated. So I think, again, I doubt we'll see anyone leave any timeouts on the board.
No.
Here in our final two matches, they're going to want to take every single moment of break that they can get here. I think Taylor's sitting in front of us on the ground. Is he down below? There he is. I mean, yeah, it's been such, I mean, it is hot. It is a hot, hot weekend here. I can't even, we've been sitting here sweating in the heat, and I can't even imagine as a player. I mean, you play in Southern California. It's tough. It just takes so much out of you. And I mean, both of them, you can see they're trying to mentally will their bodies to perform to the end. Oh, that was a great get from Taylor. Come on, what?
Oh, wow.
It's just both of these guys.
I mean, look at where he pulls it from. It's so far back, but he's so good at using that left hand. Beautiful shot from Garnett.
Game point here for Garnett.
Oh. Gosh, I thought that was coming over.
Such a good return.
Yeah, just not too many spots where Taylor can put that ball. Maybe I would have liked to see him do a little bit of a drop, at least buy some time.
Again, especially if he's not going to serve right kind of on that middle line. He's now traveling much farther to get all the way to that other sideline to cover that. Oh. And that will be game one. So Taylor definitely 3-4 free points that he gave up possibly on the serve. So we will take a short break. Game number 2 in our bronze medal match here in men's pro singles is going to be underway right after this. Welcome back into our second to last match of the weekend here in Sacramento. Lauren McLaughlin and Daniel Roditi on the mics here as Zach Taylor on the far end takes on Connor Garnett on the near end here for a shot at Kyle Lewis in the gold medal match.
Garnett has not seen Lewis yet today.
Right.
While Taylor has.
It's out. I'm sure Lewis is watching.
Yeah, probably in the tent, in the pro
Players'
tent, probably
yeah.
next to us.
Yeah, Taylor should have come in on the first one. On the return was good, but he recognized it immediately, came in on the next ball. Oh, yeah.
A bit of a short return there from
Yeah,
Garnett.
just not deep enough. Exactly. Didn't give him a chance to get in a better position to defend. That's really good. Ooh, a little bit of a miss hit.
It's good. Oh, I mean, it was definitely coming
Right,
into
right,
the
right,
court.
yeah,
I couldn't
yep.
tell how deep it was going.
Yep, just sailed
Does end
long.
up going deep.
Yeah, better job by Taylor this time coming in on that return instead of waiting.
A little deep on that serve from Taylor.
Yeah,
Still
good
got, I
return.
mean, running through it on his way to the net on that return.
Right.
Haven't seen him do that very often at all, but very successful.
Yeah, again, that the serve just not as deep as I'm sure Garnett wanted. Got a little bit of a breeze coming our way. Oh, just a beautiful backhand
Yeah.
roll. Yeah, we can see right here just him pull it with that left hand. Not a ton of pace, just perfect placement. Oh, yeah.
He gets so much roll as he like hooks some of these shots and comes over the top of them. Just, I mean, his paddle is behind his head as he finishes that swing. Yeah, I mean, Taylor kind of gets stuck in that transition zone as he's thinking about coming up, maybe, but just.
Yeah, it's like Garnett gave him a couple chances and he didn't capitalize on those chances. He should have come in on the first one. Yeah, good job. He's recognizing it at least. But one of these times it might come back to bite him if he doesn't come in on that first ball.
Yeah, I mean, I think it definitely has in some earlier matches for
Yep.
sure. He's gotten burned a couple times, not having come forward.
Yeah, good job from Garnett, just applying and continuing the pressure there on Taylor with good deep volleys. see him Ernie that. Yeah, he makes it. But he should have Ernie that other ball. That's another one of those shots that he will recognize the opportunities when he has them. Yeah, it's a great shot. Timeout called.
Timeout, receiver 5-2. 1 minute.
Not that he can't, but I am starting to wonder if Taylor's kind of reached his limit on what
We talked
he's
a
able
little
to
bit.
give.
Yeah, and we talked a little bit yesterday, right? So as your first, you've gotten your first pro medal in singles. Now you already have the mixed, of course.
Yep.
But this weekend, there can be, I'm not saying that there has to be, but there can be a sense of like, this is a pretty good result.
Yeah, exactly.
Already,
Like, this
right?
is pretty
this
good.
is
Like
really
I'm good with this.
Not that he's not going to give it his best, but if this were a feeder round, for example, or, you know, to lead to the medal match, you know, maybe the feelings could be different. And, of course, we're just guessing. We don't know what
And
Zach
I think
is
really
thinking
like
or feeling.
environmentally here at these tournaments, like the players cannot control the weather. It's so hot.
Yeah.
It's so sunny. Like that's just going to affect your body, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah.
So, you know, I have no doubt that in different conditions, if the temperature was a little lower, a little, you know, less grinding on the body, that Taylor would have much more energy still left to give. He's obviously in great shape. You know, fitness is important to him. I think
great shot.
Garnett is there as well. I think Garnett just has a little bit more left to give here.
Yeah. Well, an example of that LA Open last year, I'm in the third game with Joseph, and that's a little bit of what I felt, to be honest. Is that like, all right, well, I have a bronze. And so even though I'm, of course, going to try my very best, there can be a little bit of but as long as he keeps it close, he's certainly not going to be thinking that, because he's going to feel like he's got
a shot
chance.
at it.
Yep, of course.
Then again, it is, you know, if he wins this, then there's a third, and it's kind of like, like, do I have enough for another game?
Right, right.
This is all conjecture. We're merely speculating. Oh, never like to see the head smack with the paddle.
Yeah.
I don't mind a thigh smack, but the head smack, oof, I don't like it. Oh, yeah, that is nice.
Great shot from Taylor. That's going to energize him right here.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. He says it always goes in. Yeah, on that running backhand, I would have liked to see Taylor drop it. He's not going to pass him at that point. It's just he's too much on the run. Garnett is ready. I would have loved to see him just maybe slice a drop and get back into a better position. Yeah, there he goes. Yep.
And again, that when he stays back and he is kind of playing defensively instead of coming up like that and attacking, that extends the rallies. That makes him expel more energy.
Yeah.
So if he does that, it's over quicker. He can be in control and be done. And
yeah, and I think, again, for him, I think it's less the fatigue and it's more the inexperience of like, oh, yeah, I should move up on those kinds of shots. Oh, it's out. He's hit several of those, but that one just sails. A little too much on that one. Yeah.
I mean, Connor had a great drop. I thought maybe he could have made a move to try and get into a bit of a cat and mouse, but
Yeah, Taylor had that backhand volley that he's missed a couple of today. Did a good job of, oh, calls that one out. Ball's deep. Referee cannot see it.
She has been staying pretty
Yeah.
neutral about any of these line calls.
Pretty much been the answer, I think, every time. And in fairness to the ref, I mean, if you don't have a clear look at it, you really can't say one way or the other.
Taylor returns the favor, though.
Yep. Yep. He should have come in on the first one. Yep. Yeah, he's telling himself that right now. He should have been in on that first return. Garnett definitely more dangerous on his backhand side passing than he is on his forehand.
Yes.
Yeah. I think, Taylor needs to go to that Garnett forehand. No,
Yeah, it's just kind of the lesser of two evils because
sure
they're both really good.
No, for sure.
The
for
backhand,
sure.
yeah, probably
But it's
just
kind
a
of
little
like,
better.
you know, as I said earlier, everyone's got a favorite shot. Make
Yep.
them hit their second favorite shot.
Exactly.
Yeah, great shot.
Ooh, great get.
Wow.
Yeah, I
Incredible
wonder if
get.
Garnett almost
Yeah.
let off the gas a little bit because
I
he
mean,
thought that was going to be a winner.
He kind of did what Garnett has done to so many other players, right? He ran the ball down when he didn't think he could. Yeah, Garnett should have come in. Yep. Yeah, timeout call by Garnett. He should have come in on that return. You see them both trying to actually work each other's forehands. Their backhands have been so good on both sides that they're starting to kind of choose the forehand side, as you said, as maybe the lesser of two evils, and trying to attack that side a little bit more versus the preferred backhand.
It's Ken Herman wearing his new shirt in a new color.
What?
Yep, complimented him earlier.
Rocking the red. You know, it is Sunday, so it's like...
It's kind of like a salmon-y color.
Oh, is it?
I like it.
Okay. Yeah.
You should get one that color. You
Really?
could rock that color.
Yeah. It's too close to red.
Oh, you're not a red person?
I don't do red.
Oh, does
Yeah.
not do red.
I don't
Interesting.
do red or shades of red.
Oh, all right. What did you have a traumatic experience with a red
Nope.
shirt?
Nope.
Just don't want to do it. Big timeout and side out there for Garnett. He thought it was easily going long, and he just lets it go.
And and honestly, literally as he's doing that, I can feel the breeze
Pick
blowing
up
our
right
way.
Yep.
And I think it definitely held that ball a lot more than Taylor. Oh man, and now he misses
Oof.
that. That's a match
Does
point.
he have a timeout? Does he care?
He certainly cares.
I know.
Being up 9-8.
Oh boy. Did he get it? Oh, a bit anticlimactic.
Yeah,
that's so
tough.
tough.
Let's see.
I mean, again, is that two-handed backhand?
mean, it looks in.
Yeah, it looks like it caught. And again, I mean, clearly not an obvious miss, or Taylor would have called it. But so, yeah, I mean, anticlimactic seeming after such a great match up there. But Zach Taylor, bronze medal here in singles, his first ever medal in pro singles. He worked for it without question. Well done. But Connor Garnett has completed the full scenic route through the back draw, enjoying the sights and sounds along his way, all the way back into the gold medal match, which means he has a bit of a rested Kyle Lewis to face for the first time today, and he's going to have to beat him in the 2 out of 3 and a tiebreaker match to 15. Does he have it in it? We'll see it. Wow. We'll see in just a minute. We're going to take a bit of a longer break. I will see if Garnett is down for a chat. If not, we'll just take an extended break while he rests into that gold medal match. But our final match of the day here in Sacramento still on deck. Do not go anywhere. Stay tuned. We're back into our gold medal match right after this. The APP Sacramento Open, brought to you by PowerPlate, the official recovery tool of the APP Tour. Selkirk, an official paddle sponsor of the APP Tour. SunMed, the official CBD of the APP Tour. And Pickleball Central, your pickleball superstore, catering from beginners to pros.
And welcome back to the Franklin studio. Daniel Roditi here with our winner, Connor Garnett, coming through that bronze medal match, moving on to the gold. Now, Connor, we've been talking about you all weekend in the booth. We knew you were a player to watch, obviously, coming into this tournament. First round, you have to face Hayden Patrick-Quinn. You guys go 3 games, tough loss. What's your mindset losing that first match, having to battle through the back?
I think, Hayden played a great match, and it was just to get in there. I just had to reset. It was tough. I got the first on Hayden. He came back and took it to me. So it was just resetting and kind of just thinking through it. And, had a few good matches early and kind of got rolling again, and I'm having some fun out here.
Yeah, absolutely. Going into that bronze medal match, of course, Zach Taylor with an incredible run of his own in this tournament. Congratulations to him. Was playing great all day. What was your mindset coming into that bronze medal match? I know you're trying to advance, but you can't overlook his play. So what was your mindset? What was your strategy coming in?
Yeah, no, Zach is a great player, and we played a little bit earlier this week. So had some thoughts on just kind of trying to stay aggressive and play well. And, hard-fought match. I think the heat was definitely, we were both feeling it there, and just tried to stay in there and just play positive points, pass well, serve deep, and it was a fun match, and got through it.
Yeah, and now you move on gold medal match. You haven't faced Kyle Lewis yet. This will be your first time facing him. We know it's going to be an incredible match, so we look forward to that. We're going to have a break so that Connor can kind of catch his breath and get his energy back up, and we will be back after a commercial break with the gold medal match.
We are launching Selkirk TV, which brings the best pickleball content to your smartphone, tablet, and big screen TV. This is 24/7 Pickleball, proudly brought to you by Selkirk.
Welcome back, everyone. We have one final match left to be played here at the APP Sacramento Open before we sign off from Northern California. Lauren McLaughlin and Daniel Roditi here as Kyle Lewis will take on Connor Garnett for the very first time today. Connor Garnett was defeated in the first round by Hayden Patriquin.
Right.
Had to battle all the way back. Defeated Zach Taylor in the bronze medal match to get a shot at Lewis here for the first time. Lewis will be on the near end. Connor Garnett in gray on the far end. Mike Kunkus is our USA Pickleball certified referee. And Lewis starts us off.
Yeah, right on the line.
And someone mentioned in the comments, I will give a shout out here to Organic Healer. And I asked Connor, he has never played in singles in a tournament before.
Right.
This is his first time, not only in pro, but ever playing singles, and he's in the gold medal match.
Mm-hmm.
So, again, he even
results may vary, people.
Yeah, exactly.
Results may vary.
Medal match is not guaranteed.
It should come with a warning.
He actually kind of had to work to get into playing singles here in this tournament because he has no results. I mean, rightfully so, a tournament is going to be a little not wanting to let just anybody that wants to enter pro pro, because they shouldn't be.
Right.
So again, he kind of had to work to prove, no, you know, like I can hang.
Right.
And hang he has.
Yeah. I don't think he's going to have trouble entering any tournaments. Oh, yeah. Great shot from Lewis. We've seen a lot of that today, running around that backhand and using that huge forehand that he has.
And, of course, Lewis defeating Zach Taylor in that winner bracket final. So he's been sitting since then.
Ball just misses long.
Well, Garnett really hasn't had a break. He's kind of gone all the way through that back draw, pretty much right into the final feeder, into the bronze, and now here. So he definitely
is going to be the one a little more fatigued here coming into this match. Yeah, and Lewis has that huge serve.
Yeah.
We're going to see it all match.
3-2.
Yeah, it's a good ball from Garnett, keeping it nice and low, putting Lewis on the run.
2-3.
Just
Yeah.
wide. And before I forget, we had a special request
absolutely.
to give a shout out to Bob Spears, who is
Yes.
watching in Canada from
Mr.
his son
Spears.
Joey. We thank you so much for tuning in all weekend, but Joey does want to remind you that his serve is better than yours.
Yes, and that you need to work on your third shot drop.
Yeah, and we can concur. I think
Yep,
our expert
we agree.
opinion is we agree with Joey. So thank you again. Big shout out to Bob Spears in Canada, and of course everyone that's watching.
Great shot from Garnett. Look at this ball. Just he hooks it from the back corner. Oh, just such
Again,
a
I
great
mean,
shot.
Lewis has to think he's going, an attempted ATP,
Yep.
possibly over the corner, and he goes.
Yeah. Well, and he's so quick in getting there that it just gives him more options of what to do with that ball. We saw it right there. Oh, yeah.
Side out.
It's a great ball from Lewis. The wind picking up a little bit. Definitely blowing kind of a left to right, maybe?
Yeah, a little. It usually
little bit.
swirly on a center court because it's kind of surrounded.
Side out.
The trouble, too, for Lewis having sat a little bit, though, is he's maybe the exhaustion of the weekend has now caught up to him. When you stop moving and you sit,
Yep.
that's when it really kind of sets in. So he's got to probably.
Oh, what a great shot. Oh, is he grabbing at something?
I don't know.
That was
But
an
again-
incredible shot.
Yeah.
Look at him just hook this ball. Yeah, beautiful, beautiful shot from Lewis.
Yeah, but he's got to get himself going here. He's got to re-energize to make sure he's in this right from the start.
Yep.
Four, 5.
Yeah, just a little short on that lob.
And again,
Not
it's been a
enough.
little more successful on the near end because of the sun being
Yep.
in the face of where Garnett is now.
Yeah, especially as a right-hander, you kind of have to turn to the right side, and that's where the sun is.
Five, 5. Side out. Five, 5.
Oh, wow.
I mean,
Side out.
Yep, that's a ball that if this was the first match, Garnett
Oh,
would have
he's all
had
over it.
Yeah, just definitely fatigued.
5, 5.
yeah, I could see him taking those really long inhale and exhales over there, just trying to regulate his body heat probably at this point.
Side out. Five, 5.
Yeah, great shot.
He's
reaching
wincing.
for something on his right side.
I want to think maybe it's either a cramp,
Maybe.
or
It's almost like
6, 5.
like at his hip or something. Yeah, very nice.
Side out.
Great shot. And we saw him use the inside out forehand at the beginning of this game, and now he's gone up the line twice. And so now Garnett is really guessing. See it right there. He goes inside out. Gosh, he's hit a couple of those balls just where he just hooks them out of the air.
And that's tough. He hooked it from he's taking it out of the air but low.
Just
that
a great
is
shot.
knee height that he's
Incredible
taken
shot.
that. Oof. So tough. But again, it's good that he's getting up and taking that volley because it lets Garnett not set up for it.
Yeah.
And I think similarly, Lewis, earlier in the day, would have gotten there as well.
Yeah, it's right there on the right side. He's grabbing at it right now, his right hip.
6-6.
Oh, just.
Yep. I don't know if it's like a lower back thing on that right side. On this timeout.
Yeah, he's
grabbing at it. He's definitely grabbing at it.
Yeah, looks a little lower back, kind of on that right side, perhaps. I mean, again, could be a cramp type situation. Maybe he tweaked it. I mean, it's been obviously a grindy day. Getting some advice there from Big E, Elliot Markowitz, his men's doubles partner, who we have seen a couple times today. And then unknown gentleman in black.
Yeah, sorry, Kyle. If I had my pickleball bag here, I got all kinds of stuff in there.
I know.
For this very thing.
Players. Receiver 1 timeout remaining. Server 2 times out.
And Kyle Lewis did play some junior college tennis at Santa Barbara City College.
Right.
And also said he played, kind of up and down the coast of California in some of the futures tournaments.
Yeah, the big forehand from Lewis. There it is, that inside out. And again, just Garnett has to guess. He's kind of frozen in the middle because Lewis has beaten him up the line and inside out with that same shot.
Oh.
Yeah.
And again, I'm not sure if Garnett thought that was a winner that wasn't coming back, or maybe he is. I mean, he looks
he's
like
tired.
He's struggling a little
No, he's
too
for
now.
sure tired. I mean, he's
Yeah.
usually bouncing around, literally.
Yeah.
And you see right now, it's just he's trying to conserve energy. Even when he wins a big point, he doesn't celebrate maybe as loudly as he'd like. But it's you try to conserve whatever you got left.
7-7.
And he knows his opponent is feeling just as tired, if not more. And so he knows he's just got to stay out there and just keep grinding, keep pushing. They both feel the same way.
Kind of reminds me of a boxing match, and you get to the later rounds where you're just kind of like barely hitting
just
each
barely
other,
standing,
and you're just kind of like leaning on each other.
Yeah, yeah.
Both just like nothing left to give. It's a little tough to watch. I just like feel their exhaustion and kind of what they're putting themselves through right now. Oh,
I mean,
he
Connor,
gave it right back to
Connor
him.
was so fortunate there because he didn't even move. He didn't even go for the next ball. He just assumed Lewis was going to punch it up to that other side. Instead, goes right back at him. Game point.
It's in. Yeah, I mean, nothing you can do about that, though. I mean, again, Garnett had a big deal for him to take this first game off of Lewis because he's got to win the 2 out of 3. So he's going to make this much harder now for Lewis, who has to win the next 2. Otherwise, he's pulling out that tiebreaker match to 15, which could easily happen here. So we'll take a short break. Game number 2 here in our final match of the day, the men's pro singles gold medal match, right after this. Welcome back, everyone. Connor Garnett has checked off the first box on a bit of a long list on his way to gold if he wants it. Taking game one off of the number 1 seed Kyle Lewis, 11-7. He is now on the near end, Lewis on the far end. See if that makes any difference here to the outcome of this second game. If Garnett takes it, we will have a tiebreaker match to 15, as Lewis has not lost yet today.
Yep.
If Lewis takes it, we go to a game 3.
Yeah, and I know I mentioned it earlier, but, you know, some viewers, if they weren't with us, Lewis is the number 1 seed, had that great run in SoCal, basically playing without a backhand because of the injury to his left hand, tearing some tendons. He has a two-handed backhand drive that is really, really good, and he just can't use it at all. It's just not even an option for him.
Yeah.
So pretty amazing how well he has done today.
Without question.
Yeah, great get from Garnett. You just see.
I mean, Lewis has a good one-handed backhand, though. I'm surprised that during that rally, he like really scooted to hit that forehand when I mean.
He can kind of roll it and place it. He can't really get pace.
Yeah.
Is what he's lacking on that one-handed backhand. As he can, he can slice it to the corner or roll, drop, but can't really put that pace. He should have been in. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Just an incredible shot from Lewis. And
we've seen that several times from him,
that
exact shot.
I mean, Garnett, that's just fatigue. You know, it's just.
Yeah.
Credit to Lewis for staying on that point.
2-1.
Yep. Yeah, if you're Lewis, you're going to serve as big as you possibly can to make the points as short as possible.
3-1. Point.
That's a nice spot. Yeah, I mean, Lewis is ramping up that serve big time. He's trying to get either the point immediately or that short return.
Yeah, because he knows. I mean, obviously he knows that Garnett is an incredible player, but he's also just does not want this to go to a 15-point tiebreaker, which that's the obvious. But the length of the just playing, he's got only so much left, and so if he doesn't, come out on top here, he knows it just gets harder and harder. But Connor Garnett is dealing with the same issue. He is visibly tired, which we have not seen all weekend.
Yeah, and he's got some food and a Coke. That looks like chocolate. So I'm thinking we got a blood sugar.
Yeah.
Trying to get that up a little bit, trying to spike that energy a little bit here.
Yeah, and I can pretty much guarantee that coming out of this tournament, one of the things that Garnett is going to really pursue is fitness.
Yeah.
He does not, I mean, obviously, but at his age, he's not going to want fatigue to ever be the issue.
Yeah, I mean, 25 years old. I mean, clearly he's in good shape.
Oh,
there's no question, but there's in good shape, and then there's pickleball singles in shape.
Yes, after a long weekend of good results, deep runs in the draw, and he's going to be sore for a few days, that's for sure.
I have no doubt.
That's out. Good eye letting that go, because it's different. It's, even if you've played high-level tennis or whatever it is, just a different kind of movement. The ball doesn't bounce that much, so having a squat so low over and over and over really takes a toll. Yeah, I mean, he doesn't even make a move for that ball. He's definitely trying to conserve. And there is a little bit of a decision to make for Garnett at this point. And I'm sure he's thinking about it, I guarantee. How much do I push to try to get back into this game too? Because I might lose it anyway.
Yeah.
And spend all that energy, and now I still have to go into a game 3. So there's a decision to make for him. Yeah, you know, you hear the word tanking sometimes, but it's not, you know, it's not tanking if it's you're strategically trying to conserve your energy, knowing, okay, this is likely going to a 3rd game now.
Yeah.
Do I want to really, you know, fight to maybe scrape a few more points, and if I end up losing anyway, now I have to go into the 3rd game with even less energy.
Yeah, and I mean,
so that's when you might see somebody go for just a huge return and just hope they get lucky.
Yeah.
You know, just shorten the points, just go for big shots, and if it works, great, and if not, at least you ended it quickly.
yeah, and I mean, there's the regular level of fatigue that a player would feel at any stage, you know, after a long weekend and really hot days. But it does seem like Garnett, especially in this gold medal match, seems like it's kind of gotten to a level now where, yeah, I mean, we got friends running to get some more snacks, and he's drinking Coke. I mean, I think he's kind of in a red zone situation here. Right. There, yeah, I don't think there's anything left to give from him at this point. He just,
and he's, you know, he's not going to go after balls that, again, just going to wear him out even more.
10-1.
Yeah, I mean, he was pretty much kind of giving up on that volley. Let's just end this. Let me just save some energy.
I'm not sure if anything less than an IV at this point is going to get Garnett up to the level. It seems like Lewis still has a little to give. We'll see if game 3 is a quick one. The second one was definitely much more tipped towards Lewis's side. We'll take a short break. The conclusion of this gold medal match coming up next. Back into the action here in our gold medal match, final match of the day in Sacramento. Kyle Lewis on the near end taking on Connor Garnett now on the far end. They'll switch ends at 6 in this 3rd game. Oh, just missed that. I thought that was coming back in maybe.
Oh, we got confused there. Like,
oh,
wait,
I mean, everybody's tired.
Giving it to
Everybody's tired.
1-0.
Yeah, big forehand. I just think Garnett's got to return up the line and then go to the backhand on the first volley. Yeah, Lewis just has that side dialed in as he's running around these shots. Yeah, I mean, that's not an easy shot to hit. What a beautiful inside out.
And again, you know, Garnett has been battling in the backdrop the whole day, so he's played more matches than Lewis has, and Lewis is coming off that
I mean,
break.
that's huge forehands from Lewis here. At key moments starting this game 3. You can see he's energized by those shots. He's ready to go.
He's
Where's
still,
on the other
he's got
side?
a little bounce in
Yeah,
his
he
step still a
definitely
little
does.
bit.
Well, winners will do that for sure.
I think he can taste gold.
Yep. Yep. Garnett just didn't even make a move. Yeah, it's just like you said. I mean, I think his body's starting to just shut down.
Yeah, there's only so much your mind can do when your body is not able anymore.
Yeah, just so big. So big.
Change ends 6-0, 1 minute.
All right, so again, very quick 6-0 start here for Lewis as it'll trigger the end change. It's like Garnett's, what's that, like gel that they, at like marathoners
Yeah.
eat and stuff that
Yeah.
tries to give him a little boost of energy. It might be too little too late. I'm not sure it's going to get into the body quick enough here.
Yeah.
But next week, as I've mentioned, in Dallas, Texas. So I will take a quick stop at home for a couple days, rest up, and then to the Chicken and Pickle in Dallas, Texas, where we have our biggest next-gen event yet. It's going to be awesome. It will be live streamed on our Facebook and YouTube channel, so make sure you are subscribed to that YouTube channel. Get those notifications when we go live next weekend. It's always such a fun event. There's always some breakout young players that we have seen there that just really make a very cool impression.
Yep.
We have Paul Olin is going to be our senior pro mentor for the younger next generation of pickleball players. But Kyle Lewis right now is looking at his first ever gold medal in a pro bracket. He got bronze in singles in SoCal. Had some good wins there, but I think this will be his second ever pro medal.
Yep.
First gold, so he is certainly well on his way. I don't think Garnett is going to try to do really anything to slow him down. I don't even imagine a timeout will be taken at this point.
Yeah, I mean, that's a ball that he easily gets to and places well earlier in the day, but he's just had a long day, but what an incredible run for him, for Taylor, and so happy for Kyle Lewis. Certainly means it's not over, but it's looking very likely. And that ball,
Oh, I thought it missed.
I thought it missed, but I think maybe at 9-0 you
give it to him.
You give that call. But yeah, I thought it missed.
But I mean, Connor Garnett, again, nobody based his performance on this one match. He has absolutely crushed it all weekend long. First ever pro
first ever
tournament
singles
ever.
event.
Got a silver medal yesterday in singles for goodness, in men's doubles for goodness sakes, and he's going to take a likely silver medal here in singles.
Oh, there he goes, trying to pump himself up. Some life left in him.
The Coca-Cola might be hitting.
That's it, you know.
0-9. Side out.
Oh, good get from Garnett,
He's fighting.
showing a little life.
Yeah, I just love what he's showing us here. Some fight. serve.
Again, I mean, like Lewis had to get out of his own way to try and hit that
Yep.
forehand as he's trying to run around it.
Yep. Yeah, and you see Garnett right now. He knows he can't think too far ahead of the 15 or the whatever point. It's just apply a little bit of pressure. Just get a couple of points so that Lewis feels a little bit of that pressure of him coming back and showing some energy. There he goes. Yeah, I mean, just Garnett thought Lewis was safely far enough that he could go to his forehand, and then he gets there and just crushes a forehand. I mean, that's just great, great shot from Lewis. Stays in.
There's the one-handed.
Miss-hit it,
Oh,
yep.
oh
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
He had kind of
Connor
already given
mishit
up,
it.
but it was a little closer than he thought, so he tried
Yep.
to make a move for it. But
Yeah, miss-hit that forehand volley, trying to pull it cross-court, just miss-hits it, leaves it in the middle, easy for Lewis, giving him a gold medal point. That just misses. Yeah, so
I
happy
mean,
for
what
Kyle
a
Lewis.
day.
Without
Again,
a
just
backhand. Wow.
these two warriors here today. I mean, Connor Garnett, first ever singles tournament ever, not pro ever. Loses in the first round, back draw all the way into gold to take silver. Takes him to 3, though. What a day. What a day. Connor Garnett coming out party here in Sacramento without question. And it is Kyle Lewis, though, who takes his first ever gold in any division, and singles the hardest one of the 3 for sure for these guys. And they earned it without question. But Lauren McLaughlin, Daniel Roditi here in the booth. Thank you so much for joining us all weekend long. It has been fantastic. Had some unbelievable breakout performances here in Sacramento. And a big thank you to Pickleball TV, Spencer Laurent and Mitch DeVoe, rocking our production this weekend, bringing you all this great pickleball action. Of course, to our volunteers and the staff here at Johnson's Ranch in Roseville, California, and to our USA Pickleball certified referees. Didn't have a lot of them, so they had to work a lot this weekend. So a big, big thank you to them. And, of course, Dee Davidson running our tournament desk, keeping us moving, keeping these days flowing. I will head to the Franklin studio, see if Kyle Lewis has enough energy for a couple words after his first gold medal ever. We'll get him that trophy with Ken Herman, and then we'll sign off here from Sacramento. So thank you again for joining us. Daniel, I'll see you when I see you.
Yeah,
I
thank
guess.
you. This was a lot of fun.
Always a pleasure. All right, we're back into the Franklin studio one final time right after this.
Welcome back, everyone, for our final time in the Franklin studio. Lauren McLaughlin here with gold medalist Kyle Lewis. I imagine the relief of just being done has to be immense after the day that you've had today.
Yeah, I'll probably go get a workout in tonight.
Yeah, you know, you're just feeling fresh.
Yeah, no, this was one of the toughest things I've ever done physically. But it was, I feel great. I don't know what to say.
What have you done? I mean, it's already a long day already. You did get the win in the winter bracket final, so you have that break, not having to play in the bronze. What are you doing just to either mentally, physically, make sure you have enough left in the tank to get the job done here in the gold medal match?
I don't know. I think it happens off the court mostly. I don't look like I'm in shape, but I've been training for 5 years and lived in Vegas for a year, so I know the heat, but this was tough today.
First ever gold medal, following up with your first ever medal in singles in SoCal. You got bronze, but your first ever gold. It's got to feel pretty good of accomplishment here today.
Yeah, it feels amazing. I mean, I would like to thank Selkirk, the sponsor, amazing. Love this paddle, unbelievable. And then the APP, Ken Herman, unbelievable. Just an unbelievable event, so just loving it.
It's been a pleasure getting to watch you play. Of course, so much of the pickleball world is going to know your name, as they should already, but it's going to be going forward. We'll make it a household name one of these days. But Ken Herman, he's got the trophy. One last time here.
All right. Did Kyle just say he's not in shape? He just
he
played
said he doesn't look like
all
he's in
day
shape. I
long
disagree.
In 95-degree weather here in Sacramento. Kyle, way to go. Just incredible play all day today. A lot of the fans were out here cheering you on, and I know we saw him at Bobby Riggs this year, and now we just got to get you a little bit more east of the Mississippi River.
Right.
There's tournaments outside over there as well, but you are making a name for yourself. His first gold medal. Congratulations, our men's singles pro champion for the APP Sacramento Open. Well done.
You got to hold it with him, though. He's got. Oh yeah, you got. He's got it.
All right.
All right. Well, another big congrats here to Kyle Lewis. We'll see him on the podium more, I have no doubt, but you earned a good rest. Hopefully, go grab some food, recover, all that good stuff, and we'll see you next time. But thank you again so much for joining us here in Sacramento. We're back in Dallas, Texas next weekend for our Next Gen tournament. Plan to join me. Ken will be there as well, as we're bringing up that next generation of pickleball players. But again, thank you so much from Sacramento. You stay classy. Are we clear? Are we clear?